Good morning, good morning, good morning. Sorry about the wait. I literally just banned 4 fake Buellers in the main server, and then a single fake Bueller in the side free educational, whatever you want to call it, server. So that was pretty good. But overall today, it looks like the job report came in hot, which is good. We'll see if they end up holding the yesterday low or not. So these zones that we have up in front of us, these are the ones we drew yesterday. I just kind of redrew some of them to show you where we're getting them from. But we showed y'all this one. We showed y'all the demand, supply. Just a good combination of levels. Same for this spot here. Just a good combination of levels. And then we kind of talked about what kind of movement we could get yesterday. If buyers took over, they were going to need to do so over this area. Kind of halfway point of this candle and a combination of the 401.50 level. The big level to the downside was the 396.30s, but also the area of demand kind of was where these two lows were made, as well as this low was made. And we kind of sold off all the way through that yesterday and made it into that demand zone yesterday. The bottom of this is about 387.30. That's where we get that 387.30 from. And then we have that 388.20 down there, right? So we got that down. Look what they did last night. They took it all the way down. Hot job report number comes out later on in the morning, but they end up taking it back up. The number comes out, they take it up even higher. So honestly, in my opinion, I think we're at least going to go test at least 396.30 just to give us that retest from that seller candle. I think you'll at least have a buyer retest into this level here. So I would look for a continued hold of this area here, as well as a push into this area here. You can look for more moves over 396.30s towards the 90 MA, but I genuinely would kind of do what we did here on this candle here. When we drew this and we're like, oh, we just need to watch halfway of this candle here and see if we get a buyer reaction up to it. We ended up getting one. I think we need to do the same thing again today with this candle, from this candle's open to this candle's low. And if you look, the area where it's highlighting is between 395.60 up to 396, pretty much 397. It's pretty much 396 to 397. A little bit of 395 ranges in there. But overall, I think that's what we need to expect today, is a potential buyer move into this area. Whether it happens in the morning or we drop and build base and do it at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. I think you will touch that level once today. If not, either way, you need to be watching over 394 for a potential buyer move over the pre-market high, or a seller move under this 388, which will definitely bring some wreak and havoc under 397.30. So watch 397.30 for true blood, or watch over pre-market high for a quick move to the upside. But give me a thumbs up or a yeah if the bigger and smaller time frame analysis made sense on SPY. Give me that thumbs up. And yep, full day stream Friday. Be sure to drop a like on the stream. You got a little over 100 people in here and about 30 something likes. Be sure to even that up a little bit. But I appreciate everybody being in here. I will be joining the mod chat soon, where Devin, Taylor, and a few other people should be in there soon. Also, one thing came to my attention that you guys are getting more ads. I've actually been using them less, and then I started watching a couple other streamers the other day just to kind of get a grasp of what the heck's going on. And as soon as I clicked on another streamer, they started complaining about a lot of their guys seeing more ads. And he was saying that it was YouTube with their, because they have a new kind of team in charge now. So they're changing up a lot of policies and kind of cleaning up around YouTube stuff. And they changed a lot of stuff about cuss words, which it already got updated again. So I think they fixed part of their problem. But they stopped cuss words, which I think I told you about this when it first came out. But you in certain European countries and Australia, you couldn't use almost any cuss word. In America, you could only use a certain amount of them. I forgot which ones it was that were like taken out, but they were taking out that, and then they were making it where there's more ads from their point of view too. So like there is a button for me to click an ad here, but I haven't been clicking it. But you guys have been getting all these stupid ads for like whatever the heck this is. Whatever the heck this is. But it's not from me. I'm pretty sure YouTube is actually dropping more ads on live streams on YouTube more than usual. Like they're almost going the Twitch route now and just dropping ads everywhere. So I'd be very careful, guys. I wouldn't click on these. You can have an ad blocker on, or just pay for YouTube Premium and make them go away. But I just wanted to bring that up because I just want to let y'all know I'm not trying to abuse y'all. But I bet that is annoying because that would annoy the shit out of me. It was happening to me the other day when I turned off my ad blocker, just trying to test like where are these ads coming from, who's doing this. That was Edge of Tomorrow. Of course it is. 388 and 87. 30s towards 386, 20, 35, 33, 32, 380. Alright, cool. Alright, so I'm glad we got to talk about the bigger time frame and smaller time frame on SPY. That was a lot to take in, but honestly, when you're looking at that bigger time frame chart and you just kind of take in what I say each day and we kind of like add it up to a story, a lot of this stuff makes sense. You know, while we're kind of dipping down, getting this buy reaction. Do we know what's going to happen after open? Hell no. But I do believe this move alone is very impressive because it shows that buyers have shown up at a spot buyers needed to show up. Without that, we'd be screwed right now in SPY. We'd be going to 385, 382, 383. We'd be moving a lot lower. Alright, so instantly I already kind of see where Apple needs to be tested. They need to either break 149, sadly. They can also like watch for a previous day close break, but it's just kind of sucky because there's a 150 level there, there's a 149 right here, so kind of just best to wait for pre-market low or pre-market high on this one today. So 152.15 or 149 for Apple. So since pre-market high and yesterday's open are so close, you might as well just use the yesterday's open first because it's the farther out level. So 93.68 is a good break above for them. Or you can watch for 91.80 91.80 to break. Sorry, I thought my voice was going out for a second. Yesterday's open is a pretty good break above, as well as actually pre-market high is way down here. You could use pre-market high. If you want to go over 177.60 first, be my guess, but 180.30 is the level to look at for if upside action happens. To the downside, I would say probably previous day close and then pre-market low. If you want to take that chance at 172.80, you can. Not a bad one. So far, I like all these charts though. Pre-market high on Meta is a pretty good level. You have 185 right there as well, and then yesterday's opens at 186.30. Yesterday's low and pre-market low line up, so you need to just watch 179.85 since it's the outer level. So far, I'm liking every single one of these though. 250, 250, 420. 93.20, 93.25 area towards 94 with where previous day open is. Downside, you got previous day low. True pre-market low is 97.15, but you can just keep 91.90 marked. AMD, actually that's what I'm talking about. Bigger time frame level lining up with yesterday's open, and it's also lining up with the pre-market high so far of AMD. So 85.30 is a very strong breakout level for AMD. To the downside though, not so much. We need to see, okay, yeah, their pre-market lows right here. So they have 83.30, 83.59 to the downside. Or again, you can just look for rejection here. That's always a good option. Price level tool. Yesterday's open, yesterday's high, yesterday's low is basically marked, yesterday's close is in range. Pre-market high, let's grab the meat of it. Pre-market low, we'll grab the wick just to get it. So 230, 250, and 231.60 to the downside look really good. and then 237 to the upside, which yesterday our break above was like I was gonna say it was in the mid 240s, and here we are in the mid 230s the next day. Pretty crazy. Netflix, it looks like they can look past 301 or under 293.40s. Yesterday they had a massive day. The levels on this yesterday were nuts. They broke under 308.80s, held it perfectly for like a while. The 90 MA finally catches up, and then it finally decides to break lower. It's like a little H pattern, and it happened 1, 2, 3 more times. Just kept going and going and going. That was a crazy move to the downside. All right, so let's go back up here. So out of those, which one were y'all's favorite? Top of the morning, E. Good morning, Charlie. And yeah, be sure to drop a thumbs up on the stream, everybody. We have a full day stream today. Hopefully it lasts that long. Yeah, I keep saying 24 hours. King Carnage, when we're looking at the daily time frame, that one that had those blue zones everywhere, yes, that is from the monthly levels, and then the blue areas are from daily supply and demand. But the chart where I had a lot more levels, those are all from the daily time frame. AMD Inspire, your favorite? I'm not gonna lie, every single one of those were pretty good. We could add every single one of these to the list if I wanted to. Seeing a lot more red on the market now. Market's dropping. Of course, right after we go through a huge summary of what to look out for. And that's exactly why I do, because regardless of a big pump or a big dump today, it doesn't matter. There's always a good break above, there's always a good break below. Alright, so we'll add Amazon. Try and keep them as vague as possible today so we can fit many of these on the list. Towards 2115. Tesla above 78 towards 129.50, 180, 30 range. Above that range for more towards 182.30s / 185. Below remember, just because they aren't an open range breakout level, that doesn't mean that's the only downside you can play today. Like, yeah, this is the initial plan. Below that or above that. But what else can be done at these levels, right? Let's say they pump and they make it to the first target. Well, you can look for rejections here too. You know, it's not like there's just a bullish play here. You should just be looking at bullish plays at first because the trend is up from open. But overall, let's say, you know, over the next 30 minutes, 40 minutes, an hour, hour and a half, a good bit of price action could form against that as a resistance and make it look a lot better for a seller reaction to the downside. So don't forget that. Meta. Every time I abuse Meta and don't add them to the list, they do a pretty crazy move. So let's just go ahead and add them today. Above 183.75. Target 184.70. Oh, I didn't even add a blow. Microsoft. We could add them. They look good above 250, 420 or below 250. I might just add them here as like a one-liner. Google. They look good above 9320 or below 9190. AMD. Oh, that's right. This is the one I was wanting to add. I was gonna say there was one in here that I was like really happy with. It was Tesla and then AMD. Above 8530s. Target 8580. $86.35 and $86.70. Below 83.30s. And then Nvidia, of course, we have a plan for that above 237s or below 231.60s. And then Netflix we have above 301 or below 293. So that one's not bad either. All right, let me send out this list to everybody. All right, what are you all saying in here now? AMD Spy, good morning, good morning, good morning. Yep, a lot of things dropping now. Good morning, Jazz. Good morning, Gary. Good morning, Tobias. I'm in put since the top 450%. Should I take my runner or let it rip? I guess that's really up to you. Honestly, you know me. I'm going to tell you not to be greedy. Just take your profits, chill. I mean, who cares how much it continues, right? I mean, that's already such a crazy gain. That's like, you can't even actually think about that, how much that is. You know, you're basically making 4.5 to 5 times your money that you put at risk. That's a crazy return. That's a crazy return. Good morning, Mr. Shadow. I like Meta. Don't know why. I like them too, and I don't know why. I think it's just because how they look. You know, they might be like choppy right here in their pre-market, but they have such an established range between their previous day low, the 179.80 area there, and then their pre-market high. They just kind of jumped up to it. There's some known resistance here. The previous day opens way up here. The previous day closes down here, so they kind of gives them a good bit of room. They look good. Hey, good job, Tobias. I just saw you said 500% gain in 15 minutes. Yeah, that's nuts. I definitely wouldn't. I wouldn't even care what the rest of the chart does if I just made 500%. You know, and that's kind of how it is when you sell. You shouldn't be sitting there going like, "Oh, I'm pissed I sold here and didn't make it to here and made this much more." Like, who cares? Like, you can't control that anyway. You know, sell your position where you think is good and then move on. Especially at gains of that size. Like, that's nuts. Good job, Tobias. Good job. Full Pour Fridays, yeah. LeBron or Jordan? Jordan, of course. You like Nvidia a lot. I do too. AMD. I'm honestly in love with how AMD is sitting there before today's open. How their previous day opens right there, where their pre-market high hit. So 85.30 is a super strong area. So if they don't get over that, that's pretty good reason. And it's not even from here. It's not even from these two levels. It's from a bigger time frame. That makes it even better. Morning, Isaiah. How you doing, man? LeBron or Jordan? Elijah Wan. Today, since it's Friday, why not? Because we have, a lot of posting going on. Today, of course, the list was posted where I post my stream links, and there's info about what's coming out today, expected, all that good stuff. And then, of course, a list that you guys saw me make. But we also have channels for my other friends, like J-Bake, D-Touch, a few other people. But J-Bake here today posted the triple Qs. He said, mainly watching pre-market low to see if we bounce or break down. If we do not come down to test and hold, I'm looking for a pushback up to pre-market high around 295s. 295.70s is the fib control point of yesterday's leg, and we would need a... See, he went for it too. I was showing y'all the halfway point, and that will probably at least go towards that. He's doing the exact same thing, but for triple Qs. There you go. Price action at work. If we retest the control point, reject there, I'll be looking for a pushback down to pre-market low at 290.60s. A break below pre-market low, and I'm targeting the daily low at 288.20s. Good luck today. And then we also have BB Bot, which are more friends of mine. They posted Etsy, Roblox, TSM, and AMD. And I'll leave a second here so y'all can read through the notes. All right. I'm going to put my headset on, and I'm going to go join the voice chat. Patience will definitely test us today. There we go. I was like, where's the sound?
Yo, good morning, everybody.
What's up, Devin?
Not too much. Tested a little bit of both sides of the range this morning off the 830 number. Now we're just waiting to see if we're going to hold that midpoint like you just described. Yesterday was about the same point, so same area of interest.
Which chart do y'all want on? Do y'all want the one with more levels and has everything on it, or do y'all want the one that has less?
Both.
Because if so, I need to adjust them just a hair. Actually, no, that one's perfect. That one's perfect. That one's perfect. I think I need to add this one.
And also the one that pays.
Well, they both pay. It's really just perspective. Yeah, so if you get the buy reaction from here, we're definitely going to here. If it comes out from here, we're most likely, I wouldn't say up here, but I'd say we probably could test yesterday's open. If that amount of pump happens, they kind of killed off some of the momentum just now.
You messed with your latency thing, didn't you, Josh?
No.
No?
I actually kind of forgot to.
It seems like you're pretty much like 0 seconds right now.
I was gonna say in the beginning, it's like almost dead on. Because in the beginning, when I did a test before, it was like within the same second I was hearing myself, or seeing something I was covering. And then like yesterday when I tested it, it was like way later in the stream, and it was like 3 or 4 seconds behind. So I think it kind of decays over time. YouTube has theta on their latency. Yeah, I noticed that too.
So I was just checking out of curiosity, and I was like, no, that's pretty much talking right over top of each other. Ayo, D-Touch in the building. Oh yeah, I gotta go. Who was it? Oh yeah, man, I got a video of D-Touch doing the hippity scops. He was jumping rope very good.
The hippity scotch.
Yeah.
Good morning. Good morning.
What's up, D-Touch? Oh.
All right, here we go.
Market's open, everybody.
Hey, good morning, everyone.
Morning, man.
Daffy in the house.
What's up, Pike? It's Friday. Where's that name at? D-Touch is Faux King here.
True. So far in the open, we're just going to break below that yesterday low. Pre-market lows quite a bit ways below at 388.12.
Let's watch 390 flat. Getting a seller reaction at open. I think most of the weights are pulled back a little bit. Yeah, Apple especially. Keep eyes on the king. Apple pulled back all the way to pre-market low. Same for Amazon. Tesla not quite. Meta getting a pump off the lows of their range. Microsoft touching pre-market lows as well. Google in the middle of its range. AMD in the middle of its range. Nvidia testing the bottom of their pre-market. Netflix also just in range. So we got a couple weights wanting to move up. We got Apple wanting to move down. It's Microsoft wanting. Microsoft's also at the lower part of their pre-market. So keep your eyes on Apple and Microsoft. They might be kind of the decider again today. Yesterday I showed y'all XLK was squeezing, and that out of most sectors, they were the one that really needed to move. Everything else kind of had direction. They ended up breaking down in the market, ended up tanking. I think that's happening again today because you have a lot of things trying to move up or hold off of support, but you have Apple and Microsoft threatening their lows of their support. So be very careful with those two. That was a mouthful to get out. Buyers are stepping in. Still just the first 3 minutes of the day. What up, Jacko? Yeah, XLF having a second very red day already. They had a pretty bad day yesterday. Getting a larger pullback now.
Nvidia's at its pre-market low. See if that's going to crack. Netflix coming down towards its pre-market yesterday low. Tesla's losing, coming down towards that yesterday low. See if it cracks that. Same with Amazon cracking yesterday low, pre-market low right below.
IWM made new low a day. They've been leading the sell-off recently, along with XLF.
SPY cracking under 390.
Yep, they're threatening to stay under 390. That'd be bad.
Microsoft coming down a little bit more. Amazon touching that pre-market low. Tesla cracking yesterday low. See if it comes down to pre-market low at 169.47. Google's at yesterday low, pre-market low right below. Nvidia cracked, moving lower.
Microsoft as well. A lot of the big weights moving lower right now. A lot of charts still holding big levels though. Geez, $2 from open, that's a lot actually.
Healthcare not doing bad. Green, XLV, UNH, J&J.
Yeah. J&J is trying to get that pre-market high. If those start coming down and banks lose a little bit more, that'll help SPY get closer to the bottom of this pre-market range. Microsoft, Amazon getting closer to those pre-market lows, see if they're going to crack or grab some support. If they blow through those levels, it's not going to be looking great for SPY. Apple's slowing up the most. Just trying to drift back up towards yesterday low with the wick. Got about 2 minutes and 40 seconds on our first 10-minute candle on the market today. XOM's pushing up pretty good, over 110. See if you can get 111, and then yesterday high over at 112 area. Nice dollar levels on XOM like usual.
AMD falling under pre-market. Nvidia as well. Semiconductor's still a little bit more weak. I like how Meta's reacting though. Amazon's holding a really good level. Yep, healthcare's green. A little over 1/3%. But actually, you could say they're the most crucial green sector right now because they're not up the most percentage-wise, but them being up this much means a lot more for SPY than these three because it weighs more than any of those three on SPY. If you go to analyze, you can see healthcare is the second heaviest sector, coming in at almost half of the tech sector. Yo, good job, Mel. Just seeing your gains in the trade results. Good job, Daffy. Good job, D-Touch. Still rejecting from this area here. Breaking 390. Looks like we are wanting to head towards the lower part of pre-market near 388, possibly 387.30.
Microsoft's testing under its pre-market low. Amazon's right above. Apple's starting to come down a little bit more. Tesla's getting closer towards that pre-market low. Google's still pretty weak compared to Meta. Nvidia having a hard time under pre-market low, almost at 230. Netflix opening up under that yesterday low on this 10-minute candle.
Sorry if I missed it. How do you see weights in the Analyze tab? You have to be on the SPY chart. Click Analyze at the top left, and then it's right here on your left side here. Tech, healthcare, financials, XLY, XLI, XLC, XLP, XLE, XLU, XLB, XLRE. It goes on and on and on. Like I said, I mainly pay attention to the top 5, top 6, which almost always is tech, healthcare, financials, XLY, XLC. Industrials is actually breaking into the top 5 right now. So financials actually used to be 5th. Now they're the 3rd heaviest. So you can see how some of the weights have shifted over time. That was less than 6 months ago. That was 6, 7, 8 months ago.
XLI is a big portion of IWM as well.
Amazon breaking that pre-market low. Microsoft coming down. Tesla's at pre-market low. Google pre-market low. SPY's getting closer towards that pre-market low. See if we're going to break and hold. Nvidia cracked 230, lost $1 really quick at 229. Nvidia would have been a nice little short.
Yo, good job, Isaiah. Just saw your trade post.
Amazon coming down under that pre-market low. Tesla still hasn't cracked.
AMD just kept going.
Do we have any news? Any other economic event coming up?
I think there's payrolls
right
at 10.
Yep. Oh, the Rufio bot missed one. Missed 2 actually. Just a rig count at noon my time and a treasury statement at 1 o'clock my time. Everything else has already happened. Employment's already out. Oh, nice, Isaiah. Plus a bunch of downside bias in the week already. Yeah, that definitely helps. And yeah, just dumping from the open pretty much. First 13 going on 14 minutes has already just been complete sellers, moving us lower. We're now at the bottom part of this range here between 387.30, 388.20 down here. It's kind of the bottom part of the range. Already reaching the bottom of it.
Apple is at their pre-market low now. Amazon's moving lower. Microsoft's at pre-market low, but not moving much lower. Tesla touched it and trying to push off. XOM's still moving up. Financials are coming down a little bit. Berg B's just hanging out below pre-market low. Nvidia cracked 229 at 228.70, still pushing lower.
Yeah, AMD at 8 just broke 82.
You gotta zoom out. We hold under 228.50. It's looking pretty ugly towards 227.30. J&J still pushing higher. Amazon at 91, still pushing lower. See if that's going to help Tesla get through pre-market low. Google's flirting as Meta's starting to come down now. See if it breaks.
There's Apple.
There's a lot of fear in the market right now. Lots of fear.
Apple lost pre-market low for a second there. Amazon continued lower after breaking the watch list level. Tesla touching pre-market low. Meta trying to break the 179.80 level, which is that outer level for the break of downside. Microsoft broke 15 minutes ago, or 10 minutes ago. Google broke last candle. AMD broke 83.30 after the first 10 minutes, has now broken under 82. Nvidia broke under 231.60s after the first 10 minutes, is now hitting 227s. Netflix testing below their break below right now. So a lot of plays have moved. Some are just sitting there. Some of them are getting to their levels. Pretty good move off the watch list so far, though.
Nvidia got to that 227.30 fast coming down. It holds under this now. 225 could be inbound. Nvidia's looking pretty rough right now. Straight down through some pretty decent levels. The SPY's testing this pre-market low. Tesla's starting to break pre-market low as well.
We are testing a major area right now. 397.30's break. This is bad.
Berk B and JPM haven't really moved too much to the upside or downside yet. So if they start coming to the downside as well, that'll be even more confirmation that they're just going to hammer us down. Apple's right at the pre-market low. Needs to start leaking like Microsoft. Tesla catches up to Amazon. Meta's breaking yesterday low, pre-market low. See if it's going to get going down. Netflix is breaking down 292.50. Healthcare is really the only thing holding up, and financials just aren't really moving up or down, but they're down overall.
Ooh, good job, Mel.
Kill it, Mel, kill it.
In the Bueller channel on chat, just to give everybody reference. Devin, we can hear that. AMD breaking below 83.35 was from the watch list. Posted it right after just so people see it. Just broke 82, was alerted. I said don't be greedy. Amazon breaking below 91.80. They broke that. I posted a chart as soon as I could. We're now touching the lowest part of demand from the daily time frame. If we break this level, it is not good. See Amazon hitting 90.90 just now. Pretty good movement though. And Devin was calling out some of the bank weights. It's very important because they have been pretty much the leading sector to the downside lately. Getting a pretty strong hammer here. Pretty big volume on that potential hammer. Might see a little bit more red to 397, 387.30. I keep saying the wrong level. But as long as they hold the bottom of this area, buyers should be stepping in. It's kind of how your thought process should be for this chart right now. I'd most likely be looking for a retest into maybe 389.20s if they don't just completely take this lower here in the next few moments. It's a lot of selling in the first 20 minutes though. The bottom of the chart, Randy. That's where the volume is. If you go from today's open to the low of this move so far, let's just say that's the slowdown. 389.25 is the level. Still just getting buyers after getting the most volume on the day so far on that hammer.
Healthcare is still pushing. Has a nice push too. UNH.
I just took a quick SPX scalp off that hammer. Oh, wrong channel. Hey, good job on EMPH, Daffy. Hammers are good. We've seen that before. Hammers are a support turned into a nice buy reaction. 100%. Like I said, definitely some of my favorite candlestick patterns. Beautiful call, Bueller. Love that 5-minute print on SPY hammer. Scaled some SPY calls at 10%. Good stuff. I'll show you mine. I only bought one contract because it was expensive. Made 240. Bought off the low of that demand when that hammer formed. And then pretty much just rode that first candle and that was it. It even hit where I said too when we did the fib from today's open, suspecting this was the slowdown. Today's halfway point is 389.25, so that needed to be our first target. Hit it to the cent, so we got to move out after that. Yep, dreaming. Y'all's favorite song for some reason. I like this buy reaction a lot more with this follow-up. Again, you probably want to wait for this first move to reset and kind of just touch this area. and then see if it can hold this as a higher low or double bottom even, and then on that second recovery move, look for that buyer move. If it happens on the first one, that's just too aggressive to take too early on, especially after a seller move like that. So I'd be looking for a better dip buy. Oh, my bad, Tobias. So I'll go check it out. Calls from 320 to 460, puts from 15 to 45, and one. Damn, nice percentages.
Got a minute left for our first 30-minute candle.
Why SPX over SPY options? Yeah, pretty much what you said. It's more profit on the moves. I was staring at SPY while trading it. I didn't even look at SPX. So on the last candle that closed on the 5 minute, does it matter that the volume didn't surpass the previous candle? You're talking about like right now? Like the lowering volume? I would say on a first buy reaction move, that's pretty normal. Because this is your first test of a low. The big volume that poured on the hammer is kind of what got you some defense here. You get some buyer volume here, then you get lowering, which makes sense. You shouldn't have rising volume on the first buy reaction. You good? Yeah, I'll actually be making a video on all my SPX trades this week. So we only took, I think, 1, 2, 3, 4 this week. Do I ever look at the options chart when trading? Like of the options chain, like of the option you're actually trading, watching the chart of that? No. Though I have met people who do look at that as part of their trading. No, I do not do that. That's crazy. Pretty good buy reaction off this still. See if they're holding the 9 EMA. Holding the 9 EMA could bring a buy reaction towards today's open. The day's open is almost always where they're trying to retest whenever they're doing this. The first area you want to go off of is where I was taking that trade towards, was the halfway point, the golden pocket area. But after they retake that, the other intended area is the 9 EMA, but the main level they're working towards is today's open. What they're trying to do is zero out what's been going on, essentially. That happens a lot when you get those early market dips into the buy reactions. Like I said, I'd still be looking for a reversal first. If you have to chase the trade, it's not really a trade at all. You're gambling. You don't want to do something that feels uneasy or feels like you're just getting lucky to do it over and over. You want to take something that has consistency to it. That feels good when you get into it, because you know what's going on. You understand the variables behind what you're trading. Nice moves on the market so far. Look forward to the trade review vids, B. Can't get enough of those. I got you. Are you trading SPX more often now, B? Yes, I have been. Just been slowly getting into it. Someone named Not Financial Advice saying wise words. Love the name. Yep, reasoning. Definitely the most important thing. Just because it kind of separates the difference between taking a trade and gambling, in my opinion. If your whole system is you feeling good off of something, like, oh, it felt like it was going to do this or it felt like it was going to do that, then you're not really trading, you're gambling. You know, I don't really care what kind of excuse you have. But if you have a reason, if you're like, oh, well, it held a really good area of where I have support or demand, or I like how it rejected this resistance before I got in, or I like that it made a retest of a lower high or a higher low here. Finding multiple reasons to kind of really tell yourself, okay, this is good, this is bullish, or this is bearish, to really force yourself into the position. And that's kind of what makes it feel, what you'll hear some people say, easy or just it's super. It doesn't take a lot of work to get into the trade, because there's so many things popping up at you saying, hey, get in. That's how it should feel, not, oh, I think it's going to do this, I think it's going to do that. And if you're sitting there having to discount the chart, then you're probably chasing. What I mean by that is when you discount the chart, you're sitting there not trying to find confirmations, but when you're sitting there saying, oh, well, it has this wrong with it, though, or it has that wrong with it, or I don't like how it's doing that, or that, you're just getting in the way of the potential confirmations, and you're really just screwing yourself. So, and if you're doing that, you're hesitating, and you don't need to take the trade anyway. So if you ever feel uneasy, if you ever feel like you don't have the reasoning, if you ever feel like you're having to work for the trade, just to get into it, don't take the trade. Everybody always talks about, oh, but it felt like it was going to do this, so I got in. Well, how about when it feels uneasy, you listen to yourself? If you're going to listen to the other side of that spectrum as well.
Meta trying to come up towards the pre-market high. It's got the most bullish look towards it if we do pop.
Billions covered this so well. Is that you talking about the show? XLK is down 0.67% from like 1.5%. That's pretty good then. They've had a pretty good reversal then. Yep, you can see it there. And look where all the volume is. That's crazy. Large amount of volume on that hammer, though. Got another large volume hammer. Another large volume hammer. Another large volume hammer. So 4 out of the top 5 sectors had a hammer pop up the same time you guys saw SPY pop up with that hammer. So that was a pretty good early buyer signal, like I was saying earlier. What I think they're working towards, though, is 389.25. Now what they're trying to do is to see can they hold the 9 EMA, and if they fail here, they will have to recover, make a higher, lower double bottom, and then see if they have the strength to build up again, or if they're just going to break lower from there. And if they build up on this first try, this is not going to be that strong of a move just because it just came down once. So I wouldn't call it parabolic, but it definitely is an unsupported move. That's the power of these hammers, though. These are insane. Anytime you see that wick go below, and you see a large amount of volume step in on a candle that's really not that big, that should get you excited.
Microsoft right at current days open. With some increasing volume on this green candle.
Yeah, I guess after the full day, I keep forgetting we're full day streaming. I'll make that video, whoever I promised that to. So it'll either be later tonight, I make it and then post it tomorrow, or I'll make it this weekend and post it on Sunday. But it'll get posted. I was like, I'll just make it today. The stream ends at like 11. I'll be fine. It's like... And see why I like this area right here a lot is because it comes from the daily time frame. If you guys have watched my supply demand video, you just go from the bottom of the low before the reversal to the top of the last red candle. So it gives you this area of potential demand from this previous retest. So yeah, it took this long to see it again, but it's a very strong and reliable area to watch for a potential reversal. I wouldn't say it happens today, but I would say this is a good first sign that price is trying to slow down in this area and see if we can start to build some base and build back up again. If not, we will lose this support and we'll see mid 380s, possibly low 380s, which is crazy to say again out loud after being so high above 400 again. We were hitting 420 just about. Here we are now in under 390. Will that video be public? I'm not sure. It was a request by people in the YouTube membership. The $4.99 thing. Morning, y'all. Better late than never. What's up, Mike? Easy Scalp on Netflix. Good job, Jonathan. Hey, Ewok with the $5 donation with the how's it going? I think is a pair. I think he's a pair. I'm not sure. He's not the color of one, but we'll accept him. But thank you for the $5, man. Didn't have to do that. I appreciate you.
On out of control.
I'd be scared if Devin donated one of these days. Put like $10,000 on YouTube.
No, we ain't giving the tax man money like that. SPY trying to catch some more buyers. Tesla trying to creep up here with Amazon, Google coming around as Meta's at its pre-market high. Financials are picking up with JPM, B. Healthcare still trying to hold up. Exxon's trying to hold its pre-market high. Apple's trying to get over that yesterday low. Is there going to be enough buyers to get over this opening price here?
Yo, Daffy with the 1999. Chill out. He's in the voice chat doing this. Right? Or did he leave?
He left.
Oh, okay. Never mind. He's not in the voice chat anymore. I was about to be like, damn, man. Appreciate you, Daffy. You're the best. Thank you so much, man. You guys are wild with the donations today.
There's a question for you, Bueller, on trade floor.
Oh.
Check that out.
Oh.
What's up, Jack? That's me.
I've had a lot of people ask me that lately. Like, is this the only chart you watch? Like, yeah, actually, it is. I don't have 60 PC screens in front of me with a bunch of charts open. People who do that, 9 out of 10 of them are full of shit and don't even understand what those charts on their screen are. Like Devin has a pretty good amount in front of him, but he understands he's looking at the weights. He has it set up to where he's looking at the weights of SPY, he's looking at SPY, the weights of NASDAQ, looking at NASDAQ. And that makes sense, but most people who do that don't make sense with like what they're looking at. They'll just throw up a bunch of shit and like, yep, that's what I'm watching today. Like none of those even correlate with each other. I don't know why you're watching all those. But no, this is my only chart. This is the only thing I use. I have 3 monitors. One of them has OBS and YouTube. One of them has Discord, and one of them has this screen. So yeah. But no, it's all I've used. I like the 5-minute the most. The 1-minute is awesome. If you switch over to this double chart setup here, I love the 5-minute when you're looking at the 1-minute. Or I'm sorry, I was gonna say the 1-minute. I like the 1-minute a lot more when you combine it with the 5 minutes. You understand what's going on multiple perspectives. For any quick scalp, this is for quick scalps only. But for the most part, I pretty much just use this chart. Yo, speaking of Tesla with the random switch of charts, they just broke through today's open. It's a good sign for the overall market. SPY still dealing with this retest. So finally, we get the slowdown. They don't just completely keep screwing y'all and keep rallying real quick. We're actually getting the slowdown finally. Alright, so we can go from today's low to this first push where we finally slowed down at. And now we know between about 388.60 and 389.06, we know that this will let me do what I want. We know that a retest hold could happen and a continuation higher can move. So what I say? 388.60, 389.10. Yo, what's up, Marente?
Hey, how's it going?
Damn, he's got a username voice.
It's his username. He changed his name.
I could believe it.
Maybe I'll add some commentary to my videos then.
Nah, you sound good, man. You sound good. I don't know why I didn't just leave the fib there instead of pretending like I was going to remember what level it was. Oh, I switched the charts. It's not going to do it now. Alright, so we've gone down and tested the halfway point. That's what I was trying to show y'all. If we can hold the halfway point in golden pocket, then we can get a good buy reaction off of that and make a push through 390.60, which is the high of the move that we just made. or rejecting previous day low. 100% we really could be, and then get a bigger pull down. Brente is a goat for real. Bussin'. Devin sounds different today.
That sound different?
Yeah.
Did you see that Swiss Silicon Valley bank stuff? Josh?
Huh? No, I guess not.
Dude, some of them trades that happened off that were insane. There was some dude that like 7,500 to 2.7 million.
Lightweight.
Lightweight. Wonder if he's going to get investigated for insider trading because he loaded up on contracts like the day before the news. There's a bunch of people that tweeted about it, Boo Boo. I'm not exactly. I've seen it from multiple different places, like some pretty crazy trades. Some people that just had one contract that made a lot of money. But yeah, that bank's getting destroyed.
Getting a hold of the control point so far. Still under the 9 EMA though. Like I said, that first pop will happen. You'll have that slowdown. You'll see if you can test it as a low or a higher low or a double bottom, and then you'll get that second buy reaction where you can look for a better buy the dip move. If that doesn't happen, they will invalidate this and move us to a new low of day. Those are the two scenarios in front of us, besides, of course, range trading to the right, which you guys are all very well aware of. Devin, someone mentioned you on YouTube chat. Boo boo. Scalped a quick little 12% on AMD as the 9 SMA was broke. Great job, Taylor. It was said to pull your funds from bank. Good sign to short. It's like all the crypto brokerages now. The fake blues and counters have been wild this week. I think I'm up to 5 or 6. Yeah, I literally, before I started the stream today, I banned legit like 3 of them from the main server, 1 of them from the side server. I banned 4 before I even started the stream today. Let's go, Noxda. 30%.
Knox are killing it. Don't overtrade now. You got some nice singles today. Make sure you take it easy. A lot of people put in a pretty good week this week. You know, a couple people I'm working with had really good weeks, putting in green days almost every day this week. So that's what's up. So don't give those profits back. Not crazy volume as we're coming down here, so I'd like to see some more volume coming in. Like Mel says, go faster if we're gonna sell off.
I think you're about to get a crazy bounce as long as this low holds.
I think you could be right.
Yeah, pretty good bounce so far. I like this retest a lot. Testing the control point and the golden pocket. I like this a lot more. As we start to get more candles above the 9 EMA with rising volume, that is when buyers will start to take prices higher. If you don't see that, you see a continued rejection, they make a new low of day, that will invalidate everything that we're looking at inside of this range. Getting a good bounce still. Nothing crazy though.
So just trying to hold here. Got about minute 30 on our next 30-minute candle. Leland saying 30-minute possible 3-bar play. Got our new candle.
Alright, I made the trade log if anybody wants to follow it. That's a trade log to all the SPX trades I'm taking. Oh, I just realized I didn't even do... There we go. If it is greater than 0, do green. If less than 0, do red, not yellow. Getting some buyers as they still hold the golden pocket. No new low was made yet. We are getting some buyers finally off this 388.68 area. Marente, I just replied to your meme and I just tagged Leland straight up. No words necessary. Pretty good pop. Didn't last long. Getting a wick down now, as we have 1 minute left in this 5-minute candle. Apple trying to make a higher low. Keep watching them to maintain holding this higher low for a better buyer reaction in the next 10, 20, 30 minutes. Same for Amazon. Same for Tesla. They've already gotten a little bit of distance now. Same for Microsoft. They're on a higher low. Google's at a double bottom. AMD's at a higher low. Nvidia's at a higher low. Netflix is at a higher low. So many of them I can't speak.
Not much volume yet, though. So I'd like to see more volume come in. And SPY.
Got rising buyer volume above the 90 MA on the previous candle. That could be your igniting candle. You see a push through this this high here that we kind of stopped at, and then today's open 391. So your target's very close if you are trying to take that play. Still nothing crazy yet though. All we have is a bunch of things just holding on their higher low. We need to see follow-up volume now. Follow-up price action, really. We need to see them not just hold the 90 MA, but get some distance above it now. And that needs to happen on all these charts that have those higher lows. Like Apple, we need to see some distance there. Like Amazon. Amazon's doing great. They have really good distance now. Same for Tesla. So discretionary is doing really good. You can see that's why they're the leading sector right now. Microsoft's getting some good distance. Google's trying. Apple needs to. AMD wicking. Nvidia wicking. Netflix wicking. So we got some weakness stepping in now. Be sure to drop a like on the stream if you guys are enjoying the stream. Thank you guys for the memberships. Thank you guys for the donations. Thank you guys for the thumbs up. Appreciate it a ton. We do have a full day Friday. It's only been a little over an hour from the market open, but it's been about a little over an hour and a half since the start of the stream. How's everyone doing so far? What's everyone looking at? You guys looking at a particular scenario? Are you looking at some sort of stock, some sort of level? Let us know what you're looking at. What you're up to, what you've been up to, how you doing?
I'm chilling until we pop 391 or we break down under 387.50. Otherwise, I'm chilling.
Thinking it's going to be a pretty flat day.
Yeah,
The week.
definitely could see that. Waiting for the bunch. Watch the tip for the W for a push of rejection. Yeah, push or yeah, I see what you're saying, Mike. 100%. That is definitely what needs to be watched right now. 200 support on daily chart of US 100 is holding pretty strong. I don't need to tell you what ticker I'm watching. You already know. I know you're watching Pfizer, brother. PFE. Roblox, AMD, Apple. Tesla trying to break out. Just eat SPY. Yeah, discretionary is doing pretty good on their own. Amazon and Tesla.
Make sure you guys stay hydrated. H2O. Or if anybody likes coffee.
Sticking with AMD for today, liking the trend on the 5 and 2 minute. Good looks. MU over 55.80. SPY, good looks. EVIS. Predicting we base in the AM and it pushed to 394 to end the day. That's definitely a possible scenario. I would bet Max Payne's higher than current price. Let me go look. Not like that's the entire focus, but that would also add into what we're looking at here. I like that one though. I like what scenario you're putting in mind. And yeah, Max Payne is 398, so we're well under it. So I could see a pop before the end of the day. That is definitely possible. Video watching to 3250. Yeah, Nvidia, that's a good level, Mike, because they are a bear flag as long as they hold under that level. Got into Roblox, called near the bottom, waiting to see the continuation. Good looks, Pike. German Prez's price target for MU over 55.80, or what was it? Yeah, 55.80 is 56.30. Good looks. Jazz is watching Meta. You're doing stupid stuff, Leland. Oh, you're saying they are. My bad. Full port on H2O. Facts. Is that financial advice, Daffy? Looks to be a lower high still on SPY. No follow through by buyers still. We'll see if the sellers now have enough strength to push us through the golden pocket and maybe make a new low of day. Which, if that does happen, I'll go ahead and delete this fib so I don't have to look at it anymore.
Go off what Leland said, I wonder which bank will get wrecked next. It's potentially quite a few from some of the things I understand. With the rising interest rate environment in America, we have a lot of people with fixed mortgages. So as the interest rates go higher, some of these books are going to start going underwater because they're fixed in at such a low interest rate. And I guess that's really bad. I'm not too sure. But I guess all these locked in rates at a low interest rate could, put a lot of pressure on some of these regional banks if we keep getting a rising interest rate environment. And
I think that was the situation with Silicon Valley Bank.
that pretty much was the situation. Is they just had so much locked in at a low rate that they just went under.
Yeah, exactly.
I didn't know this, but America is one of the few countries that does offer the fixed mortgages like that. I guess Canada pretty much is like standard to have a flexible interest rate. Like a fixed mortgage is not as common in Canada. Most people are on like a fixed interest rate.
I didn't realize that either. That's the reason why we had a crash in 08. They got that ARM adjustable rate.
Yeah, the adjustable rate, yeah.
Yep.
Who says, does that mean Powell may be limited to how fast he can restage to bank balance sheets? I don't know, man. It depends on how much he really cares about regional banks. If you want to eliminate regional banks and just have big banks be the bigger players, I mean, then I don't know. I guess you don't take into consideration how much pain they have.
Still holding the golden pocket on the 5-minute.
Canada's seen a huge trend recently of people extending their romanization period. So instead of a 30-year fixed mortgage, they're getting like a 40-year, 45-year fixed mortgage. And the guy I watched on Pre-Market Prep, he was talking about that could be a way a lot of banks stay afloat just by allowing people to extend their mortgages out on those variable rate loans instead of defaulting, just getting their payment back down to what's affordable. I guess they're even doing it on car loans. I didn't know that they're doing like I think it was like 98-month term car loans, which is crazy.
I didn't even know they offered 40-year mortgages.
I don't know if it's something we're doing in the States yet, but the guy I watched, Dennis, he's out of Canada, and he said that like 35% of loans on books on one of the bigger Canadian banks, that's what they've done. They've extended out the romanization period of how long to pay off a loan to keep the payment to what's affordable.
I found this link just now. Lendingtree.com. 40-year mortgage. That's a lifetime right there. 30 years.
Yeah.
Still fighting the golden pocket. Apple breaking higher low, potentially testing low of day.
Google coming back down.
Meta still trying to establish where the low is. Nvidia 2 rejections on the same area. I think Nvidia is a bear flag, Devin.
It is looking weak.
Check your 10 or 15 minute.
I'm on the 10 and it looks weak. As long as it holds under pre-market low, it also looks good to go test again. Yeah, Andrew, I'm in Canada. They typically increase the representations to 4 years to reduce payments. Yep. Yeah, and Terry, you're right. Car prices are going up, so that's why if Tesla does put out a cheaper EV, that's bullish for them because it's targeting a market that is looking at rising car prices left and right. You're right. You can't go get besides some kind of little off-brand two-wheel drive, whatever you want to call them, for less than 50, 60 grand. You want a brand new diesel truck, you're talking 80, 90, 100K.
Google's still pushing lower. A new low a day. By itself.
Joe Biden's supposed to ramble today. That's simple. That's funny.
Still waiting for your Tesla truck. You're gonna be waiting a little longer. Alright, so first real attempt failed. We'll see if the second attempt fails as well.
Yeah, cars are still selling like hotcakes, but also the amount of people fixing up used cars is significantly increasing when you look at the auto parts retailers. They all reported such strong growth in quarter, so people are buying parts even more. I question if they're not selling more vehicles and they're just raising the price to make up for the lack of selling more vehicles. Because most people are going to buy a new car every year, every 2 years. That extra 10, 15, 20K to that group of people, it might hurt them a little bit, but not as much as your lower end consumer. But they, cut budget eating out or something to make it shake as to someone that doesn't have the budget to cut. Are you really wacko? That'd be pretty cool, man. Get your own scrapyard going. There's a lot of money buying and selling those used car parts, man. If that's your thing.
The humble Hyundai, I respect that.
Yeah, the humble Honda. Yeah, that's sweet, man. So far, SPY's still just bouncing off this pre-market low area. Still haven't got the pop. Still no more drop. Just building this range that it likes to do lately. But hopefully it gives us a one direction move. If not, building up for something better next week. And not even just Canada, man. You can ship parts to the States, man. My uncle owns a couple mechanic shops, man, and sourcing parts, like, if you can create your own little website and stuff, man, you can really do some things, man. Especially if you just target harder to find parts. Buying the range. Waiting for the break. More power. What German said, we need more volume. Starting to get a little bit of buyers coming in on the short-term time frame.
Yep, after maintaining control of the golden pocket, they have now made it back to that high where we drew our fib at from the low of day to that first pop. We've now made it back to that high at 390.60s just about. What we're looking for is a pop towards today's open in the top of this range here at about 391.25. So pretty much all you've seen is one really strong buyer reaction candle. I'd say this was probably your main indicator, was this candle here. You had one good push that made us draw our fib from the low of that move to the high of that move. So if they can hold the retracement of that move here at the golden pocket, you should get pops to the upside. If they do not hold this, you will see a reversal back down like I've been updating over and over. What we're looking for now is a follow-through move, not just holding this support here, but follow-through, breaking this high, breaking today's open, and breaking 391.25 to give buyers that bigger move that they're looking for. 20% SPY scalp, did not like the trade though, too much emotion. Good job deep analyzing it, because even if we win in our trades, that doesn't make it necessarily good. You know, you can take a trade that doesn't feel good to you and it's just shit, even if you did win on it. So good job analyzing that deep and not just, you know, ignoring the reality. That's what a lot of people do. Good job deep.
All right, let's see if we can get opening price now. Getting that decent volume coming in. Still got 3 minutes on this 10-minute candle. See if we can get some increasing buyer volume.
Ooh, good job, Taylor.
Getting that opening price. Come on. Microsoft helping us out. Apple, Amazon, Tesla. Almost everything else just universal green candles. NVIDIA, B, JPM, UNH. Everything helping us out right now. A lot of levels right above pre-market highs, opening prices. So we really need to blast through these levels to continue up on SPY towards 392, then the pre-market high. If we can't get over opening price, we'll probably just come right back down to the range that we just popped out of and retest previous low a day.
I can finally remove this drawing.
It was so beautiful.
I'm gonna leave that highlighted because that was probably the most beautiful thing I've seen all day. Beautiful thing I've seen all day. English, very hard. Like trying to read two chats at once too. I'm like going bug-eyed right now. Got our daily open. There you go, Ace. I see you. Who's all paying attention though? Good job to everybody. And you guys see what I mean though. Like sometimes it's the variations are different. Sometimes it happens in the first pop and it's like, all right, bam, done. First, 20 minutes. Sometimes you get that first pop, the slowdown, then the second pop works. So in the course of an hour, it happens, right? Then you end up getting a push, a second push, and then the third push is the one that finally goes and hits today's open. So you can see it took a long time ever since this hammer, 8:45 to let's say 9:55, so about an hour and 10 minutes to finally reach this area again. But it did it with a process. They hit this low after the first high made this fib. They held the golden pocket of that fib, and that's what gave them, gave buyers that strength to make it to that level. Does everybody understand that? Dude, I thought I was having a stroke for a second. Just watching the price action, but it's satisfying when it moves your way. 100%. And even though it was slow, it still made sense with what it was doing. But I wanted to make sure with everybody in the stream that everything I covered up till this point made sense. We covered the dip. We covered what was possible with this buyer candle. We covered the retracement. We covered all of that. Just want to make sure everybody understands on y'all's end what's going on.
Decent buyer volume finishing up on that 10-minute candle there. Go to Daffy, 80%, man. Sheesh.
Good stuff, Daffy. 79.
Don't spend it all at once now.
Good base build so far, though. By the dip strategy working. Now we need to see follow through today's open. We've made it to the area I've talked about all morning, but we really need to get past yesterday's close, yesterday's low, today's open, this high that we just made. So kind of everything in this general vicinity. And then you can see you have pre-market high right in the way, and then you have a little bit more room up until 395.60s. So you got a lot of work to do before getting up here. As well as vice versa for the bears. What do bears want? Bears need to reject this area or reject this pre-market high area and bring us back down to the lower part of this range. So both sides have a lot to do. So could have one of those days where we just kind of have a wider range and we stick inside of it. And thank you for paying attention, Sonia and whoever else answered. Thank you guys for saying yes, it does make sense. Because you'll always have these people who join stream and they always complain about like some of these basic things. It's like, dude, do you even listen to what's going on? I even sit here and ask questions to make sure everybody understands. Taking profit is truly harder than setting stop losses, such a mental toll. 100%, man, as I was just saying that the other day. Taking profits is harder. People always think it's the other way when you first start out, but when you start trading more and more and more, you start to realize taking profits is the harder feat. Just don't be greedy, man. Don't chase. Don't be greedy. Bears have been in control for the past few days. Wouldn't be surprised for the Bulls to fight back a little. Love the stream. Love you too, German. And Daffy with the $10. Wow, I haven't seen that one yet. Yeah, feet. F-E-A-T. Feet. I have not seen that gaming picture, though. Level up.
Level
It's
up.
like a little gaming controller with biceps. It's a nerdy bicep.
Sheesh.
Feet. Harder because of greed? Yes. Greed keeps you in the trade. In my opinion, there isn't one that's worse or the other. It's just the broader spectrum of traders always think, oh, well, cutting my losses is way harder. It's like, yeah, but the problem's on both sides of the spectrum. For taking profits and for cutting losses. You get this feeling of like, oh, I need to hold. I need it to come back. I really hope it doesn't screw me. I hope I get rich. Or not even get rich in this trade. I hope this trade makes me money. Or I hope it comes back from the dead. Like, you know, just thoughts that should never be going through your head. Dappy, thank you again, though, man. I really do appreciate that. Appreciate you, Josh Dev, too. I haven't been active here as I'm trying to do it with just my own thoughts. Love this space, though. Totally fine, Vincent. I feel you, though, man. Sometimes it's nice to just kind of chill with your own thoughts and just try to trade, try to learn. It's a little bit more relaxing. Love you, Daffy. See you later, man. I need to win it back, exactly. It's a mindset, 100% SF. Yes, I've lost so much money holding bags throughout my investing journey. Dude, and a lot of us have been there. You know, try to keep your losses as small as you possibly can. Try to limit yourself to trading only entry types that you believe in, that you've practiced over and over and over and over and over. You shouldn't be just taking trades just to take a trade. You should be taking trades that make sense to you, that have reasoning, that push you into getting into the trade just because of how many confirmations pop up to you. So build that system, build that process. You guys have videos from the live trade series. You guys have all this stuff from my YouTube. Just look around. Check out the workshop number 11 video if you have not checked it out yet. That is a great start. I'm not happy about taking profits until I see it reverse against you. Then I'm like, oh, sweet. And it's not even about reversing against you. You should also have a target. It's not just about, oh, I'll just hold it till it goes wrong. You know, that's great and all for holding really big plays, but what happens when those smaller, more tedious plays hit you? then you're going to be cutting losses or taking very small gains on a lot of trades. So have a planned out target. Have a plan for getting out, regardless of it being good or bad outcome. They play hand in hand. One day you refuse to cut and take a bigger loss than you should. The next day you're in a winning trade and hold longer than you should to try to make up for the big loss. 100%. Leland is so right. It's always situational too, because today you're saying one thing, tomorrow you'll do something else, and you'll say, complain about another. It's always different too. Everything you just said speaks directly to me. I finally figured out with your assistance to stop chasing. Dude, it's crazy. Like, just stop chasing. Like, it sounds easy to say it or hear it when you first do it, but it actually takes you taking those trades and making those mistakes, fucking up really. It takes you messing up to finally realize, like, oh wow, I need to quit doing that. Saying it and doing it are two completely different things. Bought the course, learning a lot from the quizzes. Hey, love it, Barry. Glad you like it. Yeah, a lot of the quizzes. I'll try to add more too over time. I want to add more. For contracts, that's not a good habit to have, in my opinion, 100%. It's like you're standing behind me explaining exactly what I do wrong. It's because I've been there, man. We've all been there. All of us have been there. There's so many traders in my chat who have joined and overcame these problems. There's people who have joined my chat, hit these barriers, and never got past it. You should focus on limiting yourself, not taking a million trades this week. How many of you guys are up $200 this week? How many of you are up less than $200 this week? Like, that's just a good kind of gauge. I took just a couple SPX trades on a side account and pulled that in. If you're not even doing that, then you need to chill. You just need to be mentally trading. You need to be putting yourself at ease, just kind of telling yourself, all right, I'm going to take as many mental trades as I can. I'm going to start to grow the confidence I need, so when I start taking more trades or getting into more positions or just, trying to take this new route I'm taking, then you can start to make more money. Then you can start to make more successful trades. Less, you're over 200, you're red, up $20 American. Thank you for telling us the difference.
That's a big difference. Venezuela, you're rich.
But that just goes to show, are you looking to make money? Are you looking to succeed in trading? And if you really are, then you should be taking as many mental trades as you possibly can. I'm tired of looking in this chat and seeing some of you guys say, you know what, I want to make that difference better for me. But then I never see you post a mental trade. I never see you post examples or breakdowns or reviews or engaging in chat even. Even just that much is helpful. Or going through even just some of the information. It's crazy to me. I'll still have people who have been here for weeks asking me, hey, Bueller, what's a 40% entry? It's like, dude, where have you been? It's okay to be green. It's okay to be new. It's okay to be a beginner, but don't be lazy. That is the last thing you need to be. I will go to war for any one of you, as long as you're a hard worker looking to better yourself. But if you're not looking to better yourself, then I don't have time for that. Yo, Bueller, what's CPI? Yeah, Jack, you need to engage with the chats more. You don't do that enough.
I also want to add that some people may be, nervous, or they feel like I'm asking a stupid question. I don't want to look dumb, and if you don't know, you don't know.
It's totally fine.
Sometimes you gotta ask, and then you don't even know how to ask. Like, I don't want to sound stupid. I don't even know how to ask this. Did I even ask it right? It's like, well, you won't know unless you ask. Then when you do ask, maybe someone can reiterate it, and then it will click, and then you'll just be like, oh, okay, now I get it. Oh, all right, now that makes sense. You just gotta talk, engage, and yeah.
If it don't make sense, don't be afraid to be like, it doesn't really make too much sense. Is there another way to explain that? Because there is multiple different ways to explain the same thing. So right. Even if you don't get it on the first time, don't be afraid to be like, I'm not really sure, because we also have plenty of other YouTube videos, online courses and stuff to reference for you to go look at, and maybe, make it click for you.
I am going to head out for now. I'll join back the stream later. Stay green. Don't give profits back, like Devin was saying earlier, and take some mental reps. Play Captain Hindsight. Everybody's a genius after the fact, and honestly, it has helped me a lot because I can look back and say, "Oh, look at that, you idiot! What'd you do that for? Oh, look, you can do this, you can do that." But once you get money tied into a position, that's where everything starts. Your heart starts racing, you start clenching your cheeks, gripping onto your chair. But yeah, that's my little input. I will see you all later.
Be safe.
Yep, I'll be back later, probably around 2, 3 maybe, Eastern time.
So far, just flirt with that opening price.
Brand new to the chat, you're live trading. Please give advice on video to start watching. I'll run through some videos for you. We're gonna watch them all right here. No, I'll link them. So first video I would go to, and you can easily access this by clicking popular and just going to the second video. But if you don't, just go to recently uploaded. Scroll down. It's workshop number 11. This needs to be the first video anybody watches on my channel. Whether you're new to trading or not, if you're new to this channel, 300% need to watch this video first, workshop number 11. Again, that's the video to watch. It covers how to get the levels, how we trade, everything. I'd also watch this zones video. I don't promote this enough, but honestly, I need to. This is a super effective way on how to get actual effective areas of supply and demand, not just drawing random areas and telling you, oh, do it this, like this. I would genuinely say this video gives you some of the best rules and variables to focus on when looking at supply and demand zones. The buy the dip strategy, I'd also check out the playlist. If you go to the playlist here, base build buy the dip strategy, I would check this out after those. I would check that out third. If you want to check out swing trading, you can. Awesome. If you want to check out the workshop videos, you can. A lot of these videos are a lot longer, have a lot bigger breakdowns on certain topics. So make sure you read what topic they're on if you're watching them. How to chart, day trading, all that good stuff. I would definitely go through those. And then maybe some of the most recent videos. A lot of our recent videos are pretty helpful as well. I did that same charting technique on SPY, Apple, Tesla, NVIDIA. We uploaded the outside bar by Leland. And there's tons of other videos there too. This is even though this isn't my most popular video view-wise, this is probably one of my most popular videos member-wise. Like, I feel like anybody who's watched my channel or came from my group way back in the day, they always talk about this one the most. How to stay in a trade longer, iron hands. Everybody always says iron hands. Because this video kind of gives you good perspective on how you should look at stocks going up or down, regardless of trend. This is a really good way of helping you out. Thank you was watching video 11. That's what brought. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's the video. That's the video to be on. This is definitely the most helpful video on my channel, in my opinion. But I'd check out that. I'd check out the playlist. Just go through some of the organized stuff. If you end up signing up to the group, awesome. You end up getting the membership, awesome. Then you get access to the private playlist, the live trade series, which is a super awesome series that we have. The live streams, of course, if you want to go back through and review old ones, you always have those as well. Why is my shit so zoomed in? That's just how YouTube looks. Okay. One last thing is the channels. I would also check out the channels. Username has a bunch of awesome videos. Leland, Sherman, and Daffy. These 4 are members of my Discord that are basically leaders as well. I mean, everybody in my chat's basically a leader. But they have really good videos as well. Username has tons of really awesome videos on various topics, but all pretty much on TOS and scalping and trading and all that good stuff. But he has really awesome videos, super awesome detailed information. Leland's another awesome one, which I wouldn't just watch his channel. I'd say his best video is, you know, actually pretty funny. It's on my channel. If you go to the search bar here, just type in Leland. And there it is. In-depth trade replays with Leland 5 months ago. I would watch this video. This video is super helpful for anybody wanting to learn the most passive way to catch a retest play. He talks about how you look for a breakout, how you wait for that consolidation, the breakdown, the retest of that breakdown, and what percentages you want to trade from, and where you want to head towards after those entries. And he gives really, really good breakdowns on those. He gives one that works out, that kind of works out. He gives one that doesn't work out, and then he gives one that works out probably the most perfect way it could. So I would definitely check out that video. Super awesome video. And that's the thing about my community. It's not just me, you know, and we don't ever claim to be teaching people. We're not like trying to put ourselves over anybody or create hierarchies of whatever just to be above people. But we all just help each other out. I share videos, I share content, I share my levels. That's how I kind of grew up a little bit with the community, was just kind of sharing information, and then everybody started liking it a lot more, started gathering a crowd, and now I promote people who are within my crowd, like Leland, Username, Sherman, Daffy, all these guys in here who talk in the voice chat. There's just a lot going on. Everybody just wants to help each other out.
You get in with the homies making money.
Yo, good job, Misi, with your 17% on AMD, and you had a runner. Good job on that.
But I still just battling around this opening price. You have to wait for a direction.
Bulls are definitely still in control from this low. If you take that fib that we had earlier and we were using to get to know if this was going to hold or not, they basically have just been riding up above it, and now they're just holding the 9 EMA that's been trending back upward towards it. So bulls are still in control from this low, but we really are battling this bottom or top of demand, I guess you could say, at 391.25 and today's open. That's really kind of where we're stuck at right now. So that's what we need to see buyers surpass to reach higher levels. Again, just to re-show everybody, This area that we're stuck in right now is an area of demand from a previous retest. We had a good breakout to the upside, a reversal. They made their low, and before having this bullish kicker, you just grab the low of that candle, because this is the low before the reversal, to the top of the last red candle, which is that candle. It's that exact same candle. So you go to the top of that from the low of that, and it creates an area of demand from previous price action. You could see that was back in the kind of middle to end of January. We're now in the beginning to middle of March, and we're just now seeing how important that is again. So crucial retest. Again, that's in that video I was showing y'all with the zones. I don't even know how old that video is now, but definitely a very helpful video. And it's super simple. I don't know why more people aren't using it. You could almost delete all your levels, just use those, and it would help you out. Pretty good buyer move here on a SPY as they're pushing above today's open, as well as that 391.25 area that we've been talking about so much this morning. Really good push above that right now. If we get some follow through to 392.30s, that'd be nice. Push through pre-market high shortly after. AMD approaching open, good call out. Noxed, sorry I didn't see when you asked that. I just go back in the stream and see which video you heard me say. I said a bunch of videos, to be honest, it wasn't just one. I was kind of just going through the channel as an overview kind of thing.
Trying to get some buyer volume coming in on the 10-minute again.
Good stuff, DX Mac. 762. Devin's got his work cut out for him this weekend for our meeting. I got a bunch of trades to review and more losers than winners. I ask you to judge me by my winners because I have so few. Ruining the line. Sinful, you could be a movie script guy. A writer. Should try that.
Getting over 392 now with some big good bids.
They're hitting that next area. Let's see if they have the strength to pass through it, or if they're going to need to retest the top of the area they just broke through, which would be right here where my cursor is. Do they need to retest this, or are they just going to go ahead and push through? They do have pretty good volume on this candle, so they definitely have the energy to push through. Oh, I really do hope the retracement stuff that I talked about from the low of this move to the high of the first rally, I hope a lot of that did make sense to you guys, because this is essential in any recovery on smaller or bigger time frame. That method, that is essential on any time frame for any chart, for any kind of reversal or healthy, recovery from any kind of dip. That is essentially what is all needed. The pop, the drop, the hold of the base, the continuation breaking through the initial high they made. That whole fib retracement, everything about that was very important. But that's essential in any kind of buy the dip or base building type move. And there's so many variations, like I was saying earlier. Sometimes you do just get that reversal and the V reversal, but that doesn't happen all the time. Sometimes you end up getting that low, and they pop up, they make that first high kind of like this one, and then they come back down and hold either a good percentage of that low, or they hold that low exactly to the T, and then they build up from there. And sometimes you get the pop on the first move, sometimes it takes coming up here, rejecting, and then doing it on the third move like we did today. They came down once, twice, held the same exact area, and then popped up. So there's so many different variations that these base builds can have. That's why it's so important to pay attention to them. Everything is moving in Tesla froze, go figure. Yeah. It's always fun. Nice to see them back at pre-market high, though. That's a very impressive level to be back at. You can see Meta has the W going. Everything built off their higher lows, like I was saying earlier. Hopefully a lot of you guys took advantage of that, or you just took it for information. Either way, doesn't matter to me. Hopefully you guys got something out of it. A lot of really good builds, though. Some of them a little slower than others, but all of them built up really well. SPY continuing higher, with rising volume on the previous 2 candles. AMD going for a new high of day now. Good call out Taylor. Good call out Mike with the NVIDIA and Soxel/SoxS follow up. Very good to know what those are doing when you're looking at any semiconductor. It's all relative, Ryan. If you're a swing trader, you're probably going to want to look at bigger time frames. If you're someone who's just literally just wanting to just look at charts, a smaller time frame would probably be better. But it's really all personal preference, really. Volume works on all time frames, so it's really up to you. Might be a lot slower when you're on bigger time frames because, of course, you have to consume more information over more time. I'd say if you're looking at smaller time frames, it's definitely nice just to kind of look at it. Like I watch the 5-minute, honestly, for entertainment purposes, really, because it's not really fun to sit here and watch the 4-hour chart together. It's like it's not really moving. Like, it's nice to go check on it, maybe. You know, that's something. And I always like to go check the daily with you guys just to kind of say, hey, this is what's going on. This is what's possible in the bigger time frames. Cover that stuff. But yeah. And then checking out the bigger time frames, it's just nice to kind of get that bigger point of view, really. Just to see, oh, if this happens, this could definitely help us out. Like, going into next week, my mindset's already instantly thinking, like, all right, well, we should be pretty bullish going into next week as long as we hold these lows, you know? So if we pop up and we hit here, well, we have to expect some sort of retracement. I would expect that it doesn't just want to pump like a V-shaped pump. You have to almost always assume it's going to be the passive version of whatever. You know, like with the by the dip variation, it's the same thing. SPY still moving higher, kicking ass. There we are, just under the pre-market high on SPY. Definitely a great time to get out of a lot of your longs. Kind of just leave runners if that's something you're doing, or get out of it entirely. As we approach the pre-market high, you have no confirmation that you are going to break it. Without a retest, of course, this would be considered parabolic breakout. So I'd be looking to kind of take profits or just get out of your longs in this general vicinity, and then look for it to make that reversal back towards maybe this 391.25, maybe the 9 EMA. As we get our first slowdown, I will draw a fib from the breakout of the top of this area here. So let's say the high is made here. Well, then as long as we hold this area here, you should get a continuation higher. The same exact way that we did it here. It's the exact same way to do it. Not doing it yet, though, because I don't know this is the slowdown spot. Just saying it now so you guys can be forward thinking on it. And also let me fix this level here on the daily because we didn't fix that this morning. Needs to be from... Oh, no, that was right. Never mind. It's all good.
Not financial advice, locking in profits.
Good
That's
stuff,
pretty
brother.
good financial advice. Rejection ever since Josh mentioned to take profits.
All right, what's everyone up to? Just see more good updates. Nice, nice, nice. Financial advice, don't lose money. That's pretty good advice. Don't lose money. Who would have thought? 57. Hold on, I'm doing math. $1136.50. I'm gonna include the test trades. I'll just leave it like this. Yeah, 1346.50. Like I said, just getting some profit taking ever since we hit that area between 392.30s and the pre-market high, which again, just so you guys know, is just a combination of the 3-day lows that we had here between this day, and this day, because this is where we previously made this low. So the fact that price went below this means that price needs to show confirmation rejecting it to show that bears have control, or holding it to show that bulls have control. So that's why you draw it like that. And I think we drew those in the smaller time frame. This was just to kind of highlight. This was what we highlighted yesterday. So if you want to check out what we were doing yesterday, definitely check out the live stream. Yesterday I had a lot of really good information on sectors, as well as just positional awareness, because this was kind of the area to watch. The halfway point of this candle was kind of where we watched for a possible breakout for bulls yesterday. They ended up making that their high of day, pulled back down, ended up breaking the previous day low, combined with the bigger time frame 396.30 level for a break lower, which that hurt the candle. Now we're watching the middle point of this candle and the lows of those days, as well as the demand we have from the far left of the chart. Made a low there. Highest volume candle was a hammer at the low of that demand. We got a pretty good push from that fib. If you draw from the low of that candle to the high of that move, we have a retest of the golden pocket once, twice, making it a very passive by the dip move. They got a push up above. Remove that so we don't have to look at it as much anymore. And ever since that new high, up until this move, they've now already pushed up to, I don't know why I redrew that. From this high at 390.70s, they pushed through today's open, made a retest a little bit lower, held the 9 EMA, continued higher into the next area, and now they're pulling back under the 9 EMA. So if we pick up some volume here, there's a good chance they want to go test the area between this high and this low, which I guess I could color that differently now. Cover it yellow. There we go. To show, do bulls have control because they're trying to hold this, or will bears have control by potentially testing this and breaking it to move lower? Because this is where they made that new high. This is where they sat on that new high holding the 9 EMA, and this is where they pushed off from. So this is essentially where they have to either push through or hold. There is no range trade, range trade in that small of a area. Someone's gonna hold it or someone's gonna break it. FDIC says SVIB not closed. By California regulators, deposits will be covered. Bank had $209 billion in assets. That's a lot. That is wild. Make sure to share the stream around. Drop a like on the stream. We do have a full day stream today, so we will be going all the way till the market closes, which is in about 4 hours, 12 minutes. Talk about just guessing in this zone. No trade I see at the moment. Yeah, definitely no new trade. The only real trade I've seen today was this hammer, the base build move. Buying here would have been kind of guessing in my opinion, so I don't even want to say that. So I've really only seen 1, 2 opportunity. 3 if you just randomly started buying puts at the top of this area, but it's not necessarily an area of supply. It's really just an important area that we need to keep on watch. So it's not really fair to just start randomly buying puts at the top of that area. And we're just now getting a break of the 90 MA. They're just now testing the kind of median of this retest here. So yeah, there really is no other trade yet. The only thing that even popped out to me today was this candle. This is still the only thing I've seen that really got me kind of excited, was that one. This kind of got me excited, the fact that they held from this low to the top of that first push. Another thing that was exciting for bulls was the fact that they held this area for so long. That's a lot of consolidation for bulls, so that was a good sign for them, which led to a very clean buyer move, a good little retest. Again, if you go from the candle, because this was the candle that broke out, it kind of pushed them higher. If you go from the candle open to close, you can see the retest they had here in the same sense on how we're tracking from here to see where this is holding. In the same exact sense, if you're going from the candle, sometimes we call it that, the candle, the igniting candle, they held from their control point, the halfway point there, and they continued higher off of that. So they didn't just continue off of nothing. So I guess you could say that could have been a playable play there, but I'm just trying to be fair to everybody, because that wasn't really the easiest thing to track down. But just remember, the igniting candle. That was the candle that really said, hey, we're buying off the base here. But yeah, besides that, there is no other trade yet. We're looking to see now, can they hold this area in between this high that they made to this retest spot? Can they hold this general area, which can build another kind of base build move? So that could take 10 minutes, it could take 30, it could take an hour and a half. We're not sure. If they end up cracking below, there's a good chance we see a retest under this. They continue rejecting 390.25, and they continue lower back towards 388.20 most likely. A lot of price action. Yeah, we'll see here. They have about a minute left. If they do close under, I want to see them consistently wick off of this the bottom part here to the downside. If they hold above it, I want to see them try to get above the top part of this little area I've colored here. I ran away for a second, but AMD had a nice base build in the 2 minute before dropping from previous day open down to almost previous day close, below 9 SMA on both 2 minute and 5 minute. I kept wanting to say EMA. Almost the same thing. Not though. Yeah, the saxophone vibes were definitely a vibe. Is the igniting candle that hammer in the zone? No. The igniting, I was talking about when I said the igniting candle, I was talking about this candle here. Because if you go from where we dropped down to the low of that demand, to the high of that first move we got from that rally, from that bounce, this was the first candle to really get us out of there. So what I was saying is that if you do a fib of the igniting candle, aka this candle, if you do a fib from there, if they didn't just continue higher, you know, which it totally could have, it didn't have to do this little retest here. Since it had this amount of base under it, this could have just continued higher and just kept going. But it didn't, right? So why did I draw that then? Why would I draw it from the igniting candle? What do I want to see from that? I'm just going from open to close of that candle. Why am I doing that, though? What information am I possibly trying to get from that? Exactly, continuation. Am I going to get continuation or not? Are they going to hold this support, or are they going to break it and validate it and move to the downside? That's exactly what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to see, is it going to continuate, or is it just going to sit here and then break lower? And this is just kind of a little cheap zone, kind of something in between, because it's obvious we've slowed down, we've broken the anime, so clearly we're back to being bearish again, short term. Now I'm really just drawing this little cheap zone in between the high of this move to the low of this move where they retested, just to kind of get a median in there of like, all right, well, who has control where? Because if I get a volume close under here, well, then we're definitely moving way lower. If they just kind of hit this and don't really get a strong push below, there's a chance you get another curl up. So this isn't really a zone or anything. I'm just trying to highlight something in between to give myself a little median there. So you could, no duh, we've broken lower. But now it's like, all right, where do we need to break lower from? This would be where from. And I did my fib off the retest hammer instead. That's why I didn't see exact. Oh, okay, okay. Totally fine, man. Yeah, if you ever need it explained or I need to repeat something or just ask. I'm always here. If Tesla remains under 176.70s and can get a push through today's open, that could be a really good short scalp. Meta or Microsoft just broke today's open a couple minutes ago. Google's breaking as well. AMD already broke today's open. Nvidia broke today's open, now going down to the area we've been watching this morning. And Netflix still just in range. Yep. So that shows me, okay, yeah, sellers are definitely stepping in a lot more. They probably want to test a lower part of our trade here. The previous golden pocket we had was about down here at almost 389. So if they go down to 389, that will not surprise me. You can also gauge the strength. You know they're breaking, but to what extent? Are they going to get rising volume here? Are they going to produce a really big candle here? Are they just going to go drop down once, then wick back up to end the candle inside of the area still and just kind of have that retest lower? There's 30 seconds left in this candle, so they're most likely going to close lower. An almost rise in volume. It isn't the biggest amount of volume, but it's alright. So they still have really good chance of continuing lower down to this golden pocket area that we had earlier. See if they end up taking control of that. Now your thinking should be, alright, well, as long as they hold under this area, we should continue to see more downside. If they can re-break back above this, then we should get some more choppy trading just because, well, we just broke it, now we're retaking it, you know, so you probably want to see some footwork there before getting another bigger move to one side. You use fibs to find good entry points for dip buy? Yes, that's exactly what I've been covering this morning. That's exactly what I've been going over. Thought I'd show you all a different approach, which again, this isn't really that much different than how you use the levels. It's the exact same way. See how the levels are doing today. Held 388.30s very well. Continued higher, then they held 390.50 very well. Continued higher. Couldn't hold this with much push. Couldn't get over that pre-market high. Good reversal. Broke the 9. Broke 390.50 again. Bears are in control as long as 390.50 is not retaken. Which we saw that on this chart too. You're having fun with AMD today, I see. It's good to follow a ticker like that and just get really good reps out of it. Be sure to drop a like on the stream. We're only 3 likes away from 150. Be sure to hit that thumbs up. I guess we could do a poll. Since we're still technically right under today's open, it's not unfair to ask now. How will SPY close today? Green, red, and we'll do flat. Ask your community. There you go. Alright, guys. Go hit it up. Green, red, or flat. Even gave y'all a little bit of time because it's been a few hours after the open now. SPY will close today. That's the most perfect answer ever.
100% right.
Flat would be flat, like no green, no red, 0%. If we close at the same level we opened up, that would be flat. You guys can see we're still rejecting that area, so it looks like sellers are still in control as they want to try to head lower. And just remember those variations, guys. Price never just pops up the same exact way every single time. You know, what could price do from this area that we've talked about? Could price just continue, now that they've retested, could they just keep selling off in a 5, 10, 15-minute span? 100% they definitely could. What's another scenario they could do? They could find good support somewhere. You know, like wick back down, pull back up, all that action. Come back up, retest again. They could go down, come back up, and not retest, but break through, then sit on top. You know, there's a bunch of different variations here that are still just kind of popping up because we're just inside of the range. There's a lot that can happen.
That was beautiful art, Josh.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I just want people to know that because it's not always easy as like, oh, it broke the level. Now it's going to go to the moon. Like, no. It could come back down, retest, then go to the next area. It's not just going to sometimes just go straight there. You know, even though this candle had the base support to just continue higher, it's still selected to go to the right before moving higher. To get that further continuated support. SPY getting good, pretty good movement. Anybody playing SPX definitely getting good premium movement there, just from the retest alone. They had a good break of 9 EMA, a slow retake of this area in between, and now they've moved a little bit lower. They've almost made it to that initial golden pocket where we went from here to here. They've almost made it to that golden pocket. They've made it to the halfway point now. So you should start seeing some wicking up as they start to approach these areas, unless sellers are just in complete control and you see a rise in volume and a continuation further down. But now that they've retested that and moved lower, I'd look for some starting wick up candles here in between these golden pocket and the halfway point. Really good move to the downside. Touching that golden pocket now from that initial bounce. So an established area. They've made it there. I'd look for some short-term buyer reaction, short-term wicks, nothing crazy. I wouldn't even say look for it to reach the 9 EMA yet, just because we really didn't move that crazy yet. But if we do break this golden pocket and make it to this point here, I'd start to look for another short-term buy reaction or wick up move. Especially if they just completely bring it down more without any kind of slowdown here. Yeah, also at lunchtime, careful. Like Ace said, it's going to be lower volume, so a lot of these moves are going to be, some of them might fake you out more, some of them just might be unsupported and just don't get any fuel behind them. So I would definitely be in the kind of the chill out zone right now. That's kind of why I've been going over so many different things too. Thank you for a great stream and excellent education, priceless. Thank you, Nelly. I appreciate you. Covered a pretty good amount of topics this week. If anybody took the time to watch the streams this week or go back and just kind of skim through, you know, after the initial market open, we talked about sector rotation, sector just in general, like, you know, how much they weigh, which ones to focus on more, which ones to really see with, learning them, you know, what's the best way. You know, I would write down the top few weights of each sector, especially XLK, XLV, XLY, XLC, XLF, just so you get some of the top sectors in there. Industrials too, just because they are kind of worth a lot more now. But it's just really good to understand how that works, how that moves by, just for information. It's not always about, oh, how do I make money? No, it's just good to know that stuff. It's just good to know what moves the market. Today we talked about a lot of retracements, percentages, zones, you know, supply and demand, a lot of that stuff. So we talked about a bunch of different things this week. I think the other day we were talking more about patterns and all that good stuff. So just a lot of different things this week. I was going to get into doing that swing class, start to do private streams with some of the members of the YouTube channel, as well as the lifetime and premium members of Discord. But then I started trading SPX more because of Leland. And now I think I'm going to wait on the swing class and start to scalp some of that more, and then I'll get into it again. And just like we did right over here, we're getting another pretty good smaller body, longer wick candle with pretty large volume in comparison to previous recent candles. It's definitely not as much as this, but it is nice to see a pretty good amount of volume stepping in where you would expect there to be some sort of buyer reaction or some sort of reaction by the other side. Scalp class? Maybe. We'll see. I mean, we kind of had one today. It's kind of what we have in the live streams. I always talk about scalps and day trades, I feel like. But maybe we could do like a private stream or something. Just straight up talk about entry, exit. Don't talk about anything else, stuff like that. I don't know, whatever. I'm really down for anything. Yes, I agree. A lot of information packed streams this week. Yeah, 100%. There really was. And it just occurred to me now while I'm sitting here. Like, we really talked about a lot of different things on different streams. I'm glad I decided to give you... Macy's side chick. Hey, so do you ever use Bookmap to see under the hood and see where price is likely to go while waiting? No, I do not. I think I've joined their Discord Bookmap, but I never went farther than that. I never actually added it to my Thinkorswim or anything. Though I do think Bookmap is very useful. It's very cool to see the liquidity laid out in that kind of format. That is really cool. Macy saying I might make her my main now. I swear, y'all are funny. It's funny that y'all talk just like we do. Like we always say she. Like all these stocks are she's. They're not just equities anymore or any of that. They're entire beings. I love all day stream. Thank you, Mel. I'm glad you like the streams, man. I definitely enjoy these too. Plus, y'all make them kind of go by kind of quick. I'm not gonna lie. When we do the full day streams, y'all make it feel like it goes by a lot faster. The conversation, the engagement, the discussions, the things we talk about. It's because the way they make us feel. You like the all days too? Good. Yeah, these are pretty wild. You guys always come out and show out pretty well. You guys know me. I really don't care about the audience size. I don't care if we have 60 people in here or 600 people in here. It's just nice to have the conversation. I'm pretty impressed though by the size of the audience we have though every day in these. Like even when it's like dead in here, there's like 150, 160 people in here every time. It's like that's a lot of people to me. Divert. I want to work on that video. We'll see how much energy I have after the full day stream is over, but I want to work on that thing. I'll show you. I already got the sheet going. So I'll go back through these and I'll do my reviews on each trade. Which this was a good trade. This was a good trade. This was a chase trade, and it bit me in the ass. It was the biggest loss so far. I plan to not make a size loss like that again. And then we made another really good kind of not revenge trade, but kind of recovery trade today. So, but I will start dropping links to each of these trades where I have like a small video that I'll go over. Kind of what I was watching, what I liked, what I didn't like, what worked, what didn't work. So I'll start doing that more for this class or for whatever this is, SPX trades. It'll mostly be scalps though. And you can see I've been kind of doing different trades each time. But that'll be included in the video when I go back through it. So see if I make that today or not. Hopefully I do. Hopefully I have enough energy after this. She takes all my money. I feel that. Probably wouldn't have gotten stuck a couple times if you didn't log off. Please do more than one day. Yeah, we're working towards it. I just didn't want to burn out on the full day streams. Plus, you guys got to think too, like, there's other projects I want to do. I don't want to just do these public streams every day. Like, I also want to start to incorporate private streams in more, because there are YouTube members for the channel now, people within the Discord. I also still have to make videos for everybody here and there. So I definitely work on a lot of different things. Plus the other projects, you know, I do my own trading. Other people do their trading. We talk about making more quizzes. I mean, there's a lot more to it than just starting the stream button and going at it. But it is nice to have the streams. I would say this is definitely the most fun I have is in these. Did you take any trades today? If so, can you please review? Yes, I will. So I traded SPX, not SPY, but I pretty much just stared at SPY to take the trade, Deuce, which I'll just pull it up for you. So today, I'm trying to get this all organized so you could just see it and don't have to like stare at it for 20 minutes. Filled, here we go. Alright, and then we'll send it to here, and then I can show you. We'll be all good. Devin, I'm going to send you something, but just ignore it. It's just so I can
Alright, I'll post it everywhere.
see it on the stream. Alright, so today at 8:50, I entered a call for SPX. I'll show you why here in a second. And then 3 minutes later, it was like 2.5 minutes later, but it rounded up. I sold for 240 profit. You can see it there as well. And then I'll go to SPY. So it was right after this candle appeared. I saw this candle appear, and I instantly knew, and I said it live in stream too, I instantly knew this was a very important candle because we made it to the bottom again, just to show you where is this zone coming from. If you go from bottom to the top of a red candle of the low before a reversal happens, so like in this example here, we had a pretty good reversal from here to the downside, and then as it reversed back up, if you go from the low to the top of that red candle, it gives you an area of demand, which again probably won't be useful for months at a time. Like in this example, you can see this didn't hit till middle or end of January, and it didn't really help anything out on the chart till the beginning or middle of March. So you can see sometimes it takes a lot of time. But in this example, that's where that zone came from, just so you know where that's coming from. And a big thing that got me is that that candle popped up as a hammer at support of demand with the largest volume we've seen all day. To surpass the first 15 minutes of the day like that is pretty impressive too. So that was pretty big. That instantly pointed out to me like, hey, there are possibly buyers in this area, so get ready to either enter a position or wait, you know, whatever mood I'm in. Next candle appears, I'm in on this candle, and I sell within the same candle. I literally sell as it's pushing towards the 9 EMA. The main target was if you go from the open to the low of this move here, the main target was the halfway point at about 389.25. It pushed that within the same candle, so I sold within 3 minutes of that trade. As you can see, though, it did end up pushing up higher, and yeah, it could have made a lot more, but the main target was to aim for the initial halfway point. Now, if I had waited until after the base build was done, so waiting until after this was hit, and then the support was made, buying into here, you know, buying down here somewhere, this would have been a better entry, and I could have held longer to today's open, or maybe even into this area, because I bought at a more passive spot. But since I bought at a more aggressive spot, I took profits at an aggressive spot, so that's why that trade was so quick. But that's the trade I took today. I'm trying to catch up on messages. I don't even know 150 people do, literally. Good call out, Terry. Peter, don't let them kill you. Good gains though, man. That's a huge gain. It's not even funny. That's a huge gain. We love to hear your voice. That is why we stick around for more. Appreciate you, Sonia. I get on the streams on days I don't work. Soon I'll get on here more. Appreciate you, Charlie. Just get in here when you can, man. Don't ever push yourself. No, I do not use Bookmap. Again, somebody just asked that. Daffy, what are you doing, dude? Like, filling up my feed. I can't even get to these messages yet. Daffy came in with a $2, a $5, and a $2 donation. This one is from my wife. Appreciate you. Appreciate you, Miss Daffy. Appreciate you both. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It's really cool when you guys have a couple who likes to trade. That's way cooler. What's love if you can't chart together, right? That would be great. Honestly, scalps are the best way to learn entries and exits, in my opinion. 100%. Builds up that muscle memory. 100%. Well, Noxta, in that example, though, so you're saying 22% is a big loss, like laughing like it isn't. It isn't normally a big loss, but it's because I sized in more. If you look at these trades, 850s, how much was in that trade? 990, 1,000, right? And these are pretty well-sized trades. This one, though, I entered with way more. I pretty much put the full account on that trade. So that is why that's not an acceptable loss, because it's not a bad number, but it's because of the amount that I used. I used way more. So if anything, I need to be more tight on my stop, or just not trade something like that again. But that is why that's why they call it big. Because you're right, 22% really isn't super. I mean, it's not the end of the world. It's not that damaging. But it's because I used way more on that trade on why that's damaging. I think I caught up on all the messages. Bueller has not traded my account even once. Guy is lazy as hell. Alright, Sinful, I'll send you a DM. A lot of talking, but I caught up to y'all's messages. And Daffy, thank you again for the donations. I appreciate that. You know, you didn't have to do that, brother. Thank you again, though. So like I told you guys, if we do reject this area, we're moving lower to the golden pocket area. We have now made that golden pocket area a reality now. We've tested it. The thing to look out for now is, can we break it? Can we break 388.20? Can we break today's low? Can we break this area of demand? That is what bears are really looking out for. Can they break that area of demand? If not, then we will be stuck in range going into next week. If we get a hold of this area, you can expect another buyer move kind of in the same fashion of this one. I wouldn't expect it to just instantly pop. I would look for it to make more dips first. So maybe look for some choppy action first and then look for that better breakout. But we are just still in range. Does that make sense to everybody? That was a good update. Oh my god, Leland. Sometimes it's not just, you know, switching side speeders. Sometimes it's just exiting your position and chilling. You know, it's not always as easy as like, oh, let me go from calls to puts or puts to calls. Sometimes it's as good as like, all right, let me just close my calls and I'll just watch, you know. So think about that too. Oh my god, Leland.
The Indian call center.
Yeah, it didn't go to me, Leland, I'll tell you that.
You have reached the 3rd floor of the Indian call center.
No, Drew, every time I trade, every single one of those trades have been the same day. Specific delta, I've been going for about 0.20 to 0.30. I try to aim for 0.30, but sometimes I'm a little under. But I've been doing same days because I'm scalping. I'm not looking to sit in a trade longer than, I think like every trade's been under 5 minutes. I think the longest trade was today's actually, like 2.5, 3 minutes. Let's see. How long was today's trade? Today's trade was, okay, it was about 3 minutes. 3 minutes and 8 seconds. is how long that trade was today. But that was the longest one. So my intention is go in heavy, go in quick, get out quick. I'm not looking to sit in a trade that long. Most trades will end up between 10 and 30%. I don't plan on anything being outside of that. And if it is, then hopefully it's for the winner side. BB, do you ever set a timer when you enter a trade? I've started setting a timer for myself. I actually have never done that. I keep track of time, like how long I've been in something. Like if I enter right here, I know that I'm entering at 11:30 basically. So if I sell at 11:33 in 30 seconds, well, I knew I was in the trade for 3.5 minutes. With SPX scalps, it's not even theta that really scares me. It's the amount of volatility those things have. Those things move so rapidly. You would think God himself is like shifting them with his fingers, like just throwing them across the table. It's crazy. The prices in minutes, you can see your contract go up or down hundreds of dollars, and that blows my mind. So that's why I'm sticking to the quick in and outs. Plus, that's what I originally came from, was scalping. I didn't always used to swing trade. I didn't always used to take longer swing trades or quick over-the-night swing trades. Like, that wasn't my thing. My thing was always scalping. That was my bread and butter. Now that I see that there's a nice instrument for it that can make you better money watching the exact same thing, I opened up a side account. I'm just going to start to take some of those. I was so pissed at myself, but live and learn. Although the worst is when they have got me before I sell my cards. Yeah, I know that it's a horrible feeling. I would say the greatest strength to work on growing is being numb. And this is what Leland said to me the other day, but I was kind of thinking about it in other kind of perspectives as well. It's not just be numb to this or that. Like, you want to be numb to the outcomes of things. You know, let's say I take a trade from here to here, right? It's a pretty kick-ass trade. I think we can all agree on that. The movement in that and how quick it happened definitely grew extrinsic value on whatever premium I was in, right? Whatever contract I was in, right? But it then dips, and at first you're like, your thought process is like, oh, I sold at the perfect time. I called the top. And then it rallies more, and you're like, oh, it kept going. I should have held longer. It's like, well, hold up. What was your plan? You know, if your plan was to sell here and you sold here, you should become numb to whatever happens afterwards. Let's say you're taking just one trade for the day, and that's your one trade. You take it, awesome. You got a green trade, awesome. But then you start to think like, oh, I sold at the top. I was perfect. I'm such a beast. I did it so well. It's so perfect. And then it rallies more, and you're like, oh, I'm stupid. Why didn't I hold longer? You shouldn't be even thinking that. Like, that shouldn't even cross your mind, because you've already made that good trade that you planned out. Why should you care or waste your time on the extras that come out? You're never gonna catch the entirety of a move, right? That's a fact. That's just never gonna happen. You're never gonna buy perfectly at 387.48 and sell perfectly at 393.16. It's just not gonna happen. So it's also about mindset. You know, you should become numb to the outcomes that happened afterwards. You shouldn't be sitting here and complaining about, oh, why did it do this? Why did it do that? But like I said earlier, guys, you want to watch for the golden pocket that we were watching earlier from this level to here. See if that holds. We end up getting a good base move from there. We rejected, came back down, and we sold off all the way to that same spot again, where we're currently getting another buyer move off of that area yet again. Hopefully you guys are enjoying some of the breakdowns. Exactly, you can't win them all. You're doing it again. Be explaining me to a T. I've been there before, man. We've all been there. Problems you're hitting or barriers that you're running up against. I promise that you're not the first person. Someone in this stream or someone in this server, someone in this community, someone has gone through what you're going through. There is a way out. I close sooner often, but like to have an almost shot clock timer to keep myself in line. Oh, nice. I didn't even think about that, to be honest. I try to just keep it aware in my head. I think if I had a timer, I'd probably freak out. My heart would race more. But that's a cool idea, though. I never even seen anybody mention that before. That's a pretty interesting idea. Nice volume. But there have been times where I sold out like 400% too early. Need to get better at selling for sure. And that's something you can work on over time. But definitely don't beat yourself up every single trade. And I see this constantly. And not even just talking about Peter, just people in general. You know, people will say one thing one day, then another the next day. And it's like, dude, stay on one page. Give yourself time, though. I would definitely say that's something that is going to help you. Okay, trade your plan and shoot your targets. Time shouldn't be an issue unless theta is burning at a fast rate or... No. You shouldn't be worried about theta. As a day trader or scalper, you shouldn't be even thinking about theta. You should really more or less be focused on delta and maybe your gamma. Because if you don't have gamma, you're not going to get the increase that you want as price moves towards your direction. Unless you're trading a 0 TTE, then yes, that does matter. I've made it this far, can't give up now. But when you're day trading and scalping, like on the trade tab, you go here to take a trade. Let's say I'm taking a same day. You know, my head isn't really instantly looking at the theta yet. I'm more or less looking at the delta and the gamma. So it's like, all right, all the gamma is the same. That doesn't matter. What are the deltas? Since I'm aiming for at least, let's say I'm looking for a put. Let's say I'm looking for at least a 0.20, 0.30. I'm going to be looking in the general vicinity of the 38.75 down to the 38.90 to give myself a couple strikes that are really good. So it's also like aim for your parameters. I guess Mike, honestly, just to keep in a good rhythm, maybe. I'm not sure. I don't time myself in a trade. I was just saying it's good to kind of track how long is your trade. Like for a scalper point of view. But I guess Boo Boo does it just to kind of keep in rhythm. I'm not sure. Boo Boo was the one who was asking about that, so... Alright, we are getting some frame slippage here on YouTube side. Again, this is nothing I can do on my side. So if you guys get some lag, go back a second or two or leave and rejoin. But it should clear up soon. Man, this time last year I didn't know shit about trading. Got to remind myself how far I've come. 100%, dude. And people always think like, oh, this guy's been around for a year, this guy's been around for 2 years. That's so long. Like it really isn't though. You know, like even 10 years really isn't even considered that long when it comes to the stock market. You know, that's not really that long. So just remind yourself all the time. You know, you're so young in the game. It's not even funny. It doesn't matter if you're older in real life or if you're a super old adult. Doesn't none of that matters. Look how accurate that little area I drew is too. We drew it in between that high and the meat of that low, just to give us kind of a median in between. They broke under it, retested it, continued down, recovered at the golden pocket of the previous buy the dip base build move, perfectly rejected 2 candles in a row right at that same spot again. Which I'm not going to watch these zones every day with you guys, but I think today was a great day to watch them because if we're just going to sit in range and not go out anywhere, I think that's probably the most effective way to kind of sit on your hands or to trust the trade a little bit more are these zones. So.
Projecting pretty hard off 390. A little short-term volume coming in. See if that's going to pick up. It's snowing outside. I thought we were done with this.
Trick question. There is no Ohio, so there is no snow in Ohio.
It's not just doing. Actually, it's probably just chemical fallout. I'm just sitting here chilling, Mike. The dogs are being loud today, so I'm gonna have to kind of stay muted. They like to act up sometimes. Nah, I didn't go to the gym yet today. I'll probably go here after the stream.
Are we
There's an
talking?
eighth.
Are we talking about East Palestine? No. I was just making an Ohio joke. Unrelated to that, but yeah, it is a kind of a effed up thing. What's going on?
The reason it's fresh on my head is because there's a town like I don't know, halfway between East Palestine and where I live. Their water's testing is contaminated. It's pretty decently close to where my mom's Amish store is with antiques.
Is there really no SPX on Robinhood?
Yeah, they might not allow it.
I'm not re-downloading my Robinhood. Okay, I'll update it. I gotta see that for myself. You know, Robinhood's trash. That's why I was a little surprised that it wasn't. They only have Spy and Triple Q. Man, that is a crime in itself. They'll do all this other stuff. They used to do hidden fees, you know, but they won't give y'all SPX. That is a joke. And at any moment, no buy button. Yeah, that's fucked. Wait, y'all can't even use market orders on Robinhood? It's all
that's
limits?
Yeah, it's how they make their money.
Oh my god. What a fucking scam.
Routing order flow is how a lot of these brokers make money. And that's how Robin makes majority of their money is routing our order flow. So like that you might fill 30 cents lower actually, but they do.
Yeah, they do the Hummingbird project. They go and they buy your order, they bring it back to you, and they sell it to you for 30 cents more.
Yeah. Or it might not be that big of a margin.
Not big, but yeah, whatever the margin is. Like, just you doing that one contract, yeah, it's only like 10, 15, 20, 30 cents sometimes. But doing that thousands of times over the course of hundreds of thousands of trades, like, that is a lot of money. That's wild, man. I had no clue.
There's a couple like SEC and stuff that they're trying to push through that like limits like how much they can like payment for order flow, like how much they could profit off each one, whether it be a penny, 2 pennies, 3 pennies, or whatever. So it would make it more of an equal playing field, but I don't know. They talk about it on pre-market prep quite a bit. Dennis thinks that it'll be good for the market. Some people think it'll be bad for the market because they think it'll bring in the spreads too narrow. I don't know. It's all stuff that way smarter than people than me mess with.
Which I'm not saying you guys should only do market orders, but there is a situational advantage to a market order over a limit order in some cases. Like if you're a swing trader, you probably don't care. You probably just get in at a limit and you just get in. You don't care because you're holding into the next day. You just don't care about a $5 difference on your entry. Whereas a scalp trader, that's life or death. It's like every other trade, I switch it up. Sometimes I use market, sometimes I just focus on using a limit and try to get out at the closer side of the range, so I'm not trying to ask for too much on the market order, on the limit order, and then don't get filled. Nothing worse than that feeling, which sometimes it's best to just use a market on the exit. You have slippage, but if you're selling into momentum, you don't have to worry about that. So there's a situational advantage to market versus limit order sometimes. Damn, no SPX though, and no market orders. That's a worthless app. I'm sorry if you guys are on that trading.
They cut off same day contracts at a certain time too. It might even be like same day, but after a certain time of day, for sure they cut them off. So like you can't trade SPY same days after a certain time.
Well, it's mainly because they know that their biggest audience and appealing to is retail. Like they're not appealing to institutional traders, so they do that, and that's probably the reason they do that shit with SPX and other reasons to all the other things. But it's probably just that reason alone.
I mean, think about if, a bunch of people forget to trade out some options that, you get the end of day rally or sell off that now all of a sudden are in the money. Now Robinhood has to go buy all these shares on margin that they know you don't have the money in your account. And you might not have the money to put in there. So, yeah, it puts them at a lot of risk. I could definitely see why they do it from a risk standpoint.
Y'all have already heard my Robinhood story. I don't feel like going over that again. See you later, Daffy. Thank you for being here. I have a flashback from yesterday's drop. Bueller, does the SPY chart look like a head and shoulders to you right now? Yes, it does. I had a good spot too. They broke under today's open. They've kind of maintained under that. Tried to hold on top. One good push. Failed continuation because they failed to hold the retracement. They broke down, retested the area that they needed to hold on top of. So now this is back to being a very heavy seller. And now you're getting a rejection. So yeah, you have a perfect little shoulder, head, shoulder. If you're just looking at intraday. Because if you go to like bigger time frames, it's like, oh, well, I don't really see that. So it's a little different on every time frame. But yes, I would say it is an intraday head and shoulders so far. I prefer mine to be a little bit more slanted as well. Kind of like to the upside or to the downside just by a hair. This one's almost a perfect symmetrical head and shoulder. But look at that, guys. Look how well that zone was reacted to. We just basically took that resistance and support, combined them because it's kind of an imbalance there where nobody really has control. You have seller control, then you have buyer control, then you have seller control again. But look how well it reacted to this after we added it. Pushed through it, retested, rejected it, and now they're moving back down to what was the golden pocket of that first move that we had. They're now losing support of that. So the fact that that's happening means that they're most likely trying to re-break through 388, possibly reach low of day today. So we might be seeing a move to the lower part of the chart right now. Hopefully you guys have been paying attention. I have been covering pretty much every scenario that's happened today.
Short-term volume. Oh, my bad. Go ahead.
You're good. I was just going to say we talked about what could happen this morning when we opened up. We talked about what could happen down here. We talked about what could happen up here. We've talked about scenarios on both sides just so everybody is at least aware of what's possible.
Short-term volume is coming in pretty good as we're coming to this pre-market low, previous intraday low. So watch for that to transfer over to the bigger time frame to get this move down. The 2-minute didn't get some nice volume coming in.
Interesting, boo-boo. Back in 2021, Robinhood didn't even have a number to call out. Yeah, literally. Play-by-play. Thanks, Jay. No problem, Evis. Glad to be here, man. Sonia says, yes, your level's working out perfectly. Our levels are working out perfectly. Wow, my Robinhood has been... kind of want to see a buy the dip here. Would be a nice play back into range. I agree. It would be nice. I'd like to see us kind of pull down and then wick. And then start to do some of this action here where you get that first push, you get a test of a good retracement percentage, and then you get a good push. Whether it's the first or the second time they do that, doesn't matter. That would be nice to see a second one of those again, because like you said, that would keep us in range. And they could have a good pump from here and it still stay under high of day too. So that's another thing. Keep us in range for real. I do not trade futures. That is nerdy bicep. He trades futures.
The specific app that I execute on is Trade OK or Tradeovate or however you say it, pronounce it.
Isn't the daily looking bearish? Bearish kicker. Let me see. I didn't even pay attention, to be honest. It's just a normal gap down.
We got our 10-minute trying to open under the pre-market low, see if it's going to stay there.
Which D-Touch did a really good job of giving me credit on this. I appreciate that. But the other day, do you guys remember when I talked, or it wasn't the other day, it was a couple weeks back, over a month back actually. But do you guys remember the first bearish kicker that we pointed out on this chart? And it's a trick question because it's not, it's kind of camouflaged. I'll give you all that as a hint. But point out to me the tallest bearish kicker on this chart. Show me on this chart what date is the tallest bearish kicker. By tallest, I mean on the top of this chart, like closest to 420. Where's the bearish kicker that's closest to 420? It's, again, it's a trick question because it's a little bit of camouflage. But we pointed this out as it was happening, and ever since then, we've been on a downtrend making lower highs. Let's see who can snag it. On the daily time frame, what date has the kicker in question? I'll give you all a few minutes to look for it because it is a little hard to see at first. Even it caught my eye off guard, but by definition, it is a kicker. I see a couple different dates. Someone said 2/2, 2/16, 2/6, 2/3, Monday, 2/16, 3/6. I'll give y'all one, less than a minute. 2/16. Which inverted hammer are y'all talking about? There's a few on this chart, so make sure you type out the date. If you're on your phone, no biggie. But yeah, give me a date.
No, I don't want to hear about. I don't want to hear about. You know, that makes it sound very clinical, like as though. Well, if you take it this many times, you will doubt. It's not that way at all.
All right, let's go over. It's been another half minute. So the tallest bearish kicker on this chart, is this right here. So if you said 2/3, you're a legend. On 2/3, we talked about a potential bearish kicker. Now, I said camouflage because normally you're used to seeing a red candle pop up here, like this one. See how we have this full green day, and then the next day is red, and it completely opened and closed completely under that previous day? That makes that a bearish kicker right there, right? The same exact reason is why that one is also considered a bearish kicker. It is also a hammer. The reason I said give me a date is because you have a few of them. You have another bearish kicker inverted hammer here. You have an evening star inverted hammer here. You have a lot of hammers popping up at perfect spots. You have 3 of them popping up just at that lower high angle we have right there. So that's pretty cool. But yep, that is the bearish kicker. And you can see since then, they failed to push a new high above that area. Failed. Then that bearish kicker came in. Bam, a second one stepping in. So from here to here, you really were just getting your footing. But it took 8 days just for price on SPY to get their footing. But y'all see what I mean now by that was camouflaged? It's very rare you see that. I haven't seen that many of them that do that and are green that next day. But good job, though. That's exactly what that was. Had one here. Got a good break of support. Continuation down. Bullish engulfing sent us back up. Another hammer sent us back down. A little retracement. Another continuation now with another bearish engulfing. And now we just kind of have the excess momentum of this day. Is how I would put today's price action. Still holding today's low. We'll see if we get any kind of footing here. You guys saw in the bigger time frame chart, 8 days went by for them to get their footing. You guys saw earlier it was about an hour and a half or so for how long it took for SPY to get their footing on the smaller time frame just to build back up again. So from here, where we are right now, it could either be a continuation down, or we're about to see 30 minutes to over an hour worth of price action just sit to the right to either build up that base to take us higher or to invalidate and move lower. Can't believe it took so many bearish kickers to move the chart. Strong bull. 100%. No, it really did. But the price action was clean. It might have been slow. It might have taken a lot of information to get. But it was very clean. You can't argue that. It definitely makes you step back and realize, like, man, imagine if I was more patient. That's always the question I think that hits my mind is, man, imagine if you were just more patient, opened your eyes more, just kind of focused on what's in front of you, not, trying to read the message boards or try to do this or that or try to figure out what's the vibe of what everyone's thinking. Like, just focusing on what's there. Yes, when zooming out, so textbook. 100%. It's very textbook. I would say being more textbook is the way to go, if that makes sense. Like, zooming out, being patient, taking your time when looking at these things, really reading the story of the chart, I feel like is another thing that could help out a lot of people. When you said camouflaged, I went back to the SPY chart to locate. Good job, man. You got it. Let's save the red for next week. Let my 401k breathe a bit. 1 month ago, Jim Cramer urged investors to buy Silicon Valley Bank, stock SIVB. Today, the bank was closed by California regulators, making it the second largest banking failure in U.S. history. LLL plus ratio.
Yeah, that's kind of bad. The CEO sold like 4 million shares last week, too. The whole thing looks ugly.
Oh, my bad, Val. I'm not gonna lie, it's just really hard to see y'all's profile pics. I probably wouldn't have said that if I could see it better. It just make them too small. I have YouTube full screen and y'all's pictures are still really small. That's crazy. I read into chat and somebody says the SEC should go after Kramer, but he's just too fun to short. I look over to my right and look at Discord, and Leland is saying, honestly, this effort should be investigated. I find it hard to believe that this is coincidence at this point.
Someone made a phone call and said, hey, I need to unload some shares. Talk about our stock.
$100% Noxa is just not favorable. And when it isn't favorable, it's just best to sit on our hands and chill. Money Mill can trade the Yo, good job, Mel. 125%. start this over. Damn, what a legend. Good job, Marente. I like the music behind that shit too. That was kind of cool. Today has been 3 20-minute sessions. Wait, what? 3 20-minute sessions with good movement and the rest just slow. Are you surprised at this with yesterday's humongous move? No, not really. I would say this was expected. I would say this has been good groundwork, though. Like, you keep hearing me say footing, getting their footing. On the bigger and the smaller time frame, that's kind of what is needed for SPY, is getting their footing. A lot of that takes consolidation chop ranges where you get moves to the downside, you get moves to the top of their range, and then they come back down to the bottom of the range just to get their footing down there, to get some sort of consolidation amount there, and then they can build off of that, whatever direction that may be. A middle finger pat? It does kind of look like a little middle finger. Who owns CNBC? I think I'm done trading. I'll still be here, but 4 out of 4 today, ready for Monday. Beautiful job, Sherman. Thanks, that was a fun one. That was definitely cool to watch. Marinte, what program was that? Like, what? That was kind of cool how you just moved your stop loss and all that with your mouse. I've seen videos of that before. That was really cool, though. Hey, Josh, you look at Apple 5-minute. That's Head and Shoulders. Let's look. We're seeing a lot of these, to be honest, with you. Vincent, I couldn't find your name because the chats are is actually moving really fast right now. But a lot of charts are kind of representing that same kind of shoulder, head, shoulder kind of look. So right now what you're looking for is either a break for a new low of day, which I wouldn't just enter that instantly. It'd be nice for quick scalps maybe, but you really want to see a break and a retest of that level. Then you can start to look for those bearish patterns for more downside. Another scenario that can happen is they just keep range trading in this smaller area here towards end of day, get a quick pump, and then try to finish us sideways into the rest of the day. So we could have a boring finish to the day, which I think that second scenario is going to happen. But we'll see. Again, I'm not biased, just watching what's happening. This one was fairly nice to trade today, though. Did well, thanks. Yo, good stuff, Will. Will's the 7 Mo. Empire State Building pat. Oh, yeah, that's true, too. Could be an Empire State Building. It's not quite the Burj Khalifa, though, that's for sure. Oh, that was Trading View? Damn, that's kind of cool. Instantly switches over from Trading View, or from TOS to Trading View. Can you hook up your Thinkorswim account to your Trading View? Is that a thing?
I'll just answer that in here, I guess. Chat's flowing.
Yeah, they're flying. There's a lot of people now.
I don't know if it has Thinkorswim, but I've got it hooked up to my trade station.
Oh, okay, okay. I'm actually looking through their brokers right now. Yeah, they don't even offer Thinkorswim. TradeStation is the #1, which I've actually heard nothing but great things about TradeStation.
I just opened an account with them yesterday. I was on TradeOvate, but TradeOvate doesn't have like the drag and drop feature that you saw there.
Yeah, that was cool. I saw a video the other day for the first time where I saw someone drag and move their stop loss and then drag and move their target. It was like, what the heck? And then it kind of like showed like yours. It showed the dollar amount and stuff. Like that's kind of cool. Just not even just like for entertainment. It's just cool to look at. Quick access. My bad. I didn't even know you were still in here. I was like talking third person.
Yeah, I'm just kind of lurking.
Yeah, I'm kind of just chilling now. Not much more to do. Just kind of watch and see if the new low of day holds, or we're just gonna chill here. BB, what is your opinion when SPY doesn't respect max pain levels? Today is one of the few Fridays that has happened this year. I would just say it means that, and it honestly makes sense from a logical point of view too. I would say that means that big money just wasn't ready, because a lot of the time big money is what's moving around that max pain level. It's not people like you and me. It's not retail. It's going to be institutional. It's going to be big money. So I would say they were thrown off by a lot of the data this week, by a lot of the news, some of the PAL meeting parts where they had volatility there. I would say that just means that they were thrown off a little bit. And like you said, this doesn't happen that much. I would say that doesn't happen that much to them. So that actually makes sense. So I would say they lost a little bit this week. I mean, they still made bags probably, but they just didn't kill it like they normally do. But yeah, that makes sense though. I want the head and shoulders to follow through, but middle of the day, volume doing its thing. Yeah, literally. Of course, it's during the middle of the day. So we got a little under 3 hours left before the market closes. Sometimes the house doesn't win, exactly. Which is also why I said that makes sense, because it's like, they're not going to lose that much, so we shouldn't see that much. So that makes sense that Boo Boo also said we don't really see it quite often. So... That's why we don't trade between this time unless you're Money Mel. It's funny, and I'll show y'all in the videos when I do it too. A lot of those scalps I've been doing lately have been later in the day. They've been like after 1 o'clock my time with 2 hours left in the day. Reps, Boo Boo. Mel's got a lot of reps, a lot of practice. I'd also say he has a lot of confidence too. Mel doesn't have as much emotional connection, it feels like. And I said that before too. He's already been taking less trades too, and I think it's helping him a lot more. So less but more high quality trades. He's really squeezing out everything he can. Also keep in mind there are daily expirations now, so there is daily max pain, not just Fridays. That's true too. I didn't even think about that. So it's also happening a lot more. They're having to move these numbers around a lot more. Mel lives outside the he lives outside the market maker matrix. I've been too scared to trade with real money for weeks. So confused. I would honestly focus on mental reps. Try to take as many mental trades as you possibly can. You guys hear me say this every stream. Because that is the thing that's going to push you into taking those real trades more and not have as much emotional connection. Facts. Majority of my majority of my winning trades in the past month have been past 2 p.m. Eastern. And there you go. See, it's because it feels like a lot of the work has been done. Now you're just kind of reacting to what's already there. So it's like, I don't know. It feels a little bit more stable, at least to me. So I'm glad to see Ben also has that. 1K account hit 3,900 in 3 days. That's because you're a beast, Mel. Hey, Bueller, when you are scalping, say, calls, would you prefer a retest / down candle or a nice momentum candle to join the trend? I'm really struggling to get good risk reward while also waiting for confirmation. I honestly prefer to get the candle that's red as it's going to green, like the retest candle, like you said, Namli. Namli, sorry if I'm saying that wrong. But I would say when I personally go for quick scalps, I personally love to wait for the candle to show me some sign of weakness to the downside, and then I can pick it back up as it's moving back up higher. Because not only are you buying things as they're cheaper because it's been pushing down, so momentum is down, but as it's reversing, you get that premium boost as well as having more favorable positioning, if that makes sense. Like right here. This was off today's trade. Like right here on SPY. You know, would you rather buy towards the end of this candle, towards the beginning of this candle kind of area, like I did today, or would you rather wait until you see a push over the 9 EMA way up here? You know, you might be buying with a safer variable than me, because all I know is that I'm at support. I'm not at anything crazy. That's the only confirmation I have. So I might be buying a better average than you right here, but the person buying up here is buying a more safe trade, if that makes sense. Or not even just here. This is the first push. You'd probably wait for the second push or the third push, not the first. So it's really up to you on what you'd like to aim for in personal preference. I like to be in and out really quick, so I like to aim for these trades a lot more. But when you're looking at these trades, there are multiple opportunities you can take. So it also depends on that. I personally love to get the retest, the get in, get out really quick after it's reverse type move. But if I have to play an open range breakout, I will. But you have to also follow the rules of those open range breakouts. Like for this setup, you wouldn't be buying either of these candles just because they pushed the 9, they made that new high. Because this is the first push. If you're going to play the base building strategy, the open range breakout didn't occur till, honestly, this candle, to be honest. It didn't happen till, whoa. It didn't happen till this candle. Okay, this is really going to, okay, hold up. I know what it's doing to me. There we go. So you could buy there, but in reality it wasn't until this candle that popped up, and even then it's like, well, shit, I might need to wait for the retest, and then you get the retest, you know. So it's really personal preference, and that's why I say take as many mental trades as you can, because then over time, as you take more of these mental trades, you start to realize, oh wow, I prefer open range breakouts more, or oh wow, I prefer retests more, or you know, so on and so on. Like this, would you enter this open range breakout? Most likely, just because we have been sitting above this low for most of the day. We finally got the open range breakout. It closed and it got rising volume. So it's not a bad open range breakout. But you got to be out quick. You're not looking to just sit in this trade for 20 minutes. You know, when you're scalping, you're sitting in this trade for like a minute or two. You're not holding it that long. That's also why I like to scalp with the 1 and the 5 minute chart. Because by now, I probably would have started selling into this candle, honestly. As I started pushing this, because this has momentum, it's pushing. So that means the bid ask is going the way that I want it to. I can sell with whatever percentage I want. As price starts to slow down and get these wicks, that's when the bid ask starts to bounce back and forth and you're not able to sell it as far as you want. So you have to sometimes sell it a little cheaper than you would prefer. It's all about getting caught in that net. sarcasmic. My apologies, Coach. I made a mistake and hit the thumbs down. I quickly changed my apologies again. Thank you for all you do. Thank you, Tony. I appreciate that. I don't even know if I could see that anyway, so you didn't even have to say sorry. But I appreciate you, Tony. Thank you for changing that to a thumbs up. Yo, Mel, almost 300%. What are you on right now? Wait, so what did Leland do? I didn't catch his messages then. Leland said, "This is the best day of my life." I'm going to assume Mel and Leland are in puts. Let's see, what's our next area under? It's like way down here at 382. What is it on the other chart though? 386.20, then you have 384 basically. So remember 384. 384, 386.20. An intraday gap down, yeah, those are always really fun to see when you're on smaller time frames, because it's like, wait, what? Like, damn, if you're gapping down on the 5 minute, y'all really got some momentum. So after 124 votes, a little over an hour ago, you guys said 46% of y'all say red, which it looks like y'all will be correct if this is how we're headed. The first scenario of the two that I covered is happening where they're making the new low. Now, the thing you want to look out for is, let's say they stop at, you know, whatever. Let's say they stop. Why does it keep bugging out? Let's say it goes from this low, like they just broke now. Let's say it stops, like right here, 384.18. We'll just random number. Let's say they stop there. The thing to look out for next, let's say they pull all the way down to here, is to look out for, are they going to go retrace up to this point, the halfway point, the golden pocket, and then just come back down and range trade the rest of the day? Are they going to come back up to this point and then continue higher and go retrace 100% of that move? You know, are they just going to go hit this, reject this, fail this, come back down here, make a new low? You know, there's a couple things they could do from here. So keep your eyes on where do they slow down. Just like we did with our fibs to the up and the downside earlier, we're going to do the same thing here. So where do they slow down at? I want to see a green candle appear. I want to see a wick on the previous red candle like we're seeing right here. So the next candle, I want to see it green. See some green, then we can take our fib from the low that they broke to the low of this move. And we know that as long as they stay under this area, it's more continuation for downside. Again, that's if that's where that's going, we don't know yet. Thank you, Wiser the Most. I really needed that message. keeping me smiling. I appreciate that. He's like, no, I'm not kidding. I really do. Can I go long on Mel and Leland being short? Ooh. Yeah, we could. We could do that. No, that'd be pretty cool, though. I may have lied and took 10% on the head and shoulders. Oh, so you're 5 for 5 on the day. Now you really have to chill. You triple dipped. You quadruple dipped.
Norman said easy money. Need another coffee.
I can't wait to see what Leland did. Mel, you're on fire, dude. 346% on his last contract. You're nuts. You should be able to just sit on your hands the rest of the day. Finito. All right, boss. Going to my end this week to the trade. Have a great weekend. Stay safe, all. See you later, Marente. Everybody say bye, Marente.
I'm right back.
Dude, that is just insane.
Later, guys.
4,503 days, Mel. You are nuts. Is Max paying a subscription? Huh? No, it's a website. I'll show you. Here you go. I'll drop it for you. Just in short, and I wouldn't use this too much, guys. Don't think like, oh, this is a good single indicator to use. This is where most options will expire, is at 398. And they do this by getting all the options from SPY and all that good stuff, and they try to calculate how much is where and all that good stuff, and they figure out where would most money be lost. 398 would be it. So the idea is that on days of like range trading or days where we've had huge moves to the downside or upside, and then we have that day afterwards, a lot of the time your biggest pain move there is going to be just slightly out of range or perfectly in the middle of the range. So it's just something good on the side to just kind of keep note of, that, oh, if we go up to 398, I could look for a end of day buyer reaction because they want to make more people lose money. So, but as you can see, it doesn't happen every week. It doesn't happen all the time. It doesn't happen every day. It happens a lot of the time. You could say that. You used to play Max Payne on my Pentium too. Should I show my last one? Scary. Show snowballs. I'll play the music. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go grab a water.
Yeah, stay hydrated. That was a major pain. You're insane, Mel. Yeah, like Sonya just said, Max Payne could change intraday with these zero take contracts. So what it is in the morning might not be towards the end of the day, because it gives market makers enough time to reposition, hedge funds enough time to reposition. Yeah, Mel, you gotta post it. Stocks coming down towards 385 here after we've got this break of pre-market low. Been steady sellers. Peter, it's pretty it'd be pretty late to try to jump inputs now. You would want to wait for a retest. At least retest the 9, retest pre-market low, something. It'd be hard to jump in on it right now. I think QQQ hitting 281. I mean, it's definitely possible if we break this 288. That's really about the next big slowdown spot. Maybe 283.50. And yeah.
All right, who did it all without waiting for me? Who just went ahead and did what I said? Now that we have a confirmed slowdown. Well, I guess I'll wait another minute. Now that we have a confirmed slowdown, we can draw our fib very soon. Oh, you saw my wallpaper? The black hole or whatever, or the singularity that was happening when they went through the black hole in Interstellar, which is probably my favorite movie. It's kind of between that movie and the original Red Dawn. I like that movie a lot. Forgot to like the video. Hey, don't be like me. Like the video. See you later, Boo Rock. See you later, man. I don't really have a true favorite, DX Mac. That's what I was saying. Like, it's hard for me to say which is my favorite. Or we can draw a fib now. Highlight this area. Remove. Alright. So in case this is where the low is of the move, this is where they're going to go retest. So from a buyer's point of view, you'd be buying here, stop loss at low of the day, and your target would be that area. If you're somebody looking for puts, you're waiting for this to go get rejected or for a new low to be made, which if you're in runners, you're not really as stressed. Someone entering a new position here, you're probably not entering shorts here yet. You're waiting. Oh my god, Leland. Oh my god.
That's still 500%.
Interstellar makes my top 3 in order, but Goodfellas and Godfather. Yeah, those are both up there in mine as well. We just rewatched Goodfellas the other night as well. Where did you fib from? I just went from low of this old demand that's now been broken, and I went to the low of this move on the first green candle, just thinking it's a slowdown. And if it's not, then I'll just remove it. Just doing it to be forward thinking. But if this is the low of this move, that's where they're going to want to go retest, and it's not. They're making a new low. So all you have is a in-between continuation candle, also known as a doji sandwich. So you can go ahead and remove that. Until we see a real slowdown and a fight by buyers to the upside, that is where we will grab our levels from. So that was all invalidated. See you later, Mike. Enjoy your Friday. I'll be lurking and working. Hopefully I can tune in from the hub. See you later, Mike. Have a great rest of your day, man. Hope you have a good weekend. Let's see what you're looking at, Ben. You said Goog had such a clean 80% entry on the 15-minute, didn't get filled. I guess it doesn't matter the difference. Google, Google, they should be the same chart. Let's see what he's looking at. So here's previous day close. Meet a pre-market high. Just gonna grab it on the 15. Meet a pre-market low. I think I see what you're looking at. You're talking about right here when it kind of broke down from here, then came back up, projected with a rising volume inverted hammer. Ben, let me know if I'm on or off. You talking about this reset, this retest here? That is a pretty clean one though, inside of the range, but still very clean retest. Another retest, continuation down. And they just kept going with SPY. Yep, they're just still going. They have a lot of room all the way down to 382, so they could take it down another $3. But let's see if they want to do that all in one move or not. Plus, we are approaching the end of today. Really good break, though. A lot of you guys know this as a 40% entry, but they had rising volume, break the area, open range close, and had rising volume. So that's where you get your 40% entry from. There has been no retest of this move so far. They've had one small doji sandwich pop up, but that's about it. New report coming your way. Oh, nice, 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 nice.
Something to add on to that 40% entry, Josh. On the 10-minute, you actually had a 3-bar play breaking down through that pre-market low on SPY. Just touched 385 to the T. Yeah, Mel, we're gonna meet up and do some boxing matches. Me versus you, first round. Get a nice push under 385 now. Going with the headlines news. Pretty interesting. Well, the only guns you need are attached to your arms. You got the gun show over there. It's hard to chase though, Peter, because you know it could have easily bounced up and retested. Then you'd have been like, "Dang, why am I down so much?" So you can't always just look at the times that it works out in your favor. You have to look at the times that it doesn't, because it could have very easily went retested.
Sorry, guys, I was messaging a very important friend about their trading day. Yo, watch your mouth. During the meetup, we can get Bueller a membrane keyboard. Appreciate it, appreciate it. Well, Peter, to be fair, and this is again me just being practical, trying to be, you know, Daddy Bueller at all times. But when you asked that, that was during these two candles, right? So at the time, no, a new entry doesn't look good. Even with it dropping more, it still didn't. I mean, yeah, I moved lower and you would have made money, but it wasn't really that practical. It didn't really make sense at that time. Like I said, the entry was way up here. This is where entry should have been taken. Outside of the range, closed under, got the volume, got the close out, all that good stuff. I was just saying there hasn't been a retest entry. So at the time, as when you were asking initially, that wasn't really that good. It still, to my eyes, isn't that good of an entry just because it's popping up with the doji sandwich. And yeah, when you see this, it's pretty much telling you 50-50. Because what happens after this candle, if I can zoom in correctly, after this candle pops up, you're basically relying on the open of the next candle. So let's say you open lower. Well, now you have a bigger chance of pushing lower initially. Whether it closes that way or not is another question. But it initially moving that way definitely helps it by opening lower. Vice versa, opening higher. Let's say they opened up here. There's a good chance they want to push up a little bit more. And then, close of that candle is a whole nother story. I just wanted to make that very clear so you didn't think I was trying to, like, jip you on anything. Because I'm definitely not. I want you to trade on your own, whatever, Nobody should have to push you or in or out of a trade for you to take a trade. It's up to you. But that's why I was saying I didn't think entering here, going short here was a good idea. Because you had already broken. We hadn't really gotten a clean retest yet. And, so what if it does drop more, awesome. Yeah, you'd make more money. But it's not really practical. Like you said. But also, not really just saying that for Peter. I'm also saying that to other people. There are 145 other people listening that probably wanted to think about that as well a little bit, or wonder why not. So. But no, that was the smart thing to do, like you said, Peter. Just to wait. Still waiting to get a true slowdown candle here. Been wanting to draw this fib for 30 minutes.
I knew you wanted to draw it, so it's just gonna keep slow chugging down.
Yeah, these like single doji sandwiches don't really give me what I need yet. I need to see a better show of buyers, and then I can go grab this fib. Which, if it was here, just for example's sake, that zone would be between 386.25 and 385.79. Did this change color, everybody? Was this not like a tan or something earlier? This wasn't always yellow right here, was it? I could have swore this was like a tan or a dark brown or a weird tan color. I didn't remember this being bright yellow. I must have changed colors on it on accident.
Orange and blue in the combination makes it a different color.
But that's what I was saying though. But I didn't touch it to do that. So like I must have accidentally messed with it again. Maybe I did make that yellow. I could have swore I did like a brown. It was like my oval. Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought, yeah, like a darker yellow. Okay. I'm not crazy. I mean, I am crazy, just not for that reason.
Yeah, Mayor should messing with you.
Alright, so for that fib, guys, we went from the low of the demand from the daily time frame down to this low here, which is, we're just forward thinking that this is the low of this move for now. If this was to get a buyer reaction holding this low, we can look towards this area. All right, guys, I'm done typing. You'll have my full attention. Yo, Daffy, chill. Diamond for 99 cents and a... Yo, honestly, he's kind of drag racing in his chair. Yo, thank you, Daffy. Thank you. Dude, if I could move my chair like that, I'd have too much fun. I'd get hurt. Some Fast and Furious in the GX racer chair. Drift in the chair. Yeah, exactly. Dude, imagine. Just imagine. Get some special wax to put on the floor so your chair could go even faster. It's like that scene from Christmas Vacation or whatever. They got that sled or the metal pan underneath. He's like, I got this from the shop or whatever I work at, or the company I work for, and he like rubs this like chemical on the bottom of it. And then he just like skirts down the hill, and there's like a lightning bolt behind him, sets fire ablaze to the ground that has snow literally on it. Alright, so that is an official slowdown. We were correct to draw the fib there. So far they have come up and just about hit that halfway point. And this is where those risky, like, random retest buyers come from. When they make that low of day, a big thing is to go test at least that halfway point. Sometimes your 9 EMA is there before. Sometimes it's not. But that's a big place to essentially go and touch. My bad. Touch to go lower. If it rejects here, would you be looking for an entry? Is it already so far down? You wouldn't. Alright, so there's a couple things you could do here, and this is why I always try to tell y'all each scenario, kind of give y'all both sides of each story, because there's a few things you could do here, and that's why I was telling you this is where those random buyer plays come from, where you see this pop up and then you see these candles form, is because a lot of the time they're going to smack this area. So what can you do after that? You know, so you have a very aggressive random buy scalp that happens from here to your 9 EMA, your halfway point, your 50% fib, whatever, to at least touch that area, right? So what are things you can do from here? Well, you can look for a reject of this area. So let's say this candle stops like right here, and then a higher open happens or whatever, and they have like a hammer form here and a wick goes above, right? Then you could essentially look for a good retest back down towards either the low of this move or the 9 EMA. So you can see how close the 9 EMA is. That really wouldn't be favorable, so you'd probably just wait for that. So a lot of the time you end up either taking a quick retest trade to the downside, or you just wait, because it's not really anything crazy yet until you get a better signal. If it rejects a second time, then that looks a lot better, because then you have further confirmation of like, hey, buyers do not have control here, sellers do, so you'd be looking for seller control. You can see buyers just actually closed higher than this. This is another good example of the next scenario I was about to cover, is if they do get a good close over, a lot of the time you don't have to take that retest down lower. So now what I would do, now that they've made this move, is where do they slow down again here? So in the same sense, remember we were waiting for them to slow down here to get that fib going? I'm going to do that again, but for this side, just like we did earlier. Remember earlier we were up here? And we went from here to get our first slowdown on the first breakout because I wanted to see if they were going to build base or not. I'm essentially doing the same thing here. I'm going to see, can they build some base here? So we'll see how far they take this move, and then we'll see what they need to hold. But essentially, buyers just invalidated a short-term retest to the downside just by doing that. And they had rising volume too. I didn't even note that. That's a 15% entry. That's why no touch. Exactly. So what else could they go test from here? Now that they've broken this fib, they could go up to the 100% part of it, where we drew the fib from. Remember we drew from the low here? Hold up. It's doing that stupid... Whenever you use the pan tool too much, and then you go to re-click your quick tool, sometimes it messes up and it doesn't click over. You just have to go re-click your thing, and then it'll fix itself. But remember we took this fib from here to here? And then we drew this here. Well, the 100% is still there. The area in which we fell from. The level in which we broke to make this open range breakout go down so far, right? So the last level that we need to watch for is 387.30. Because if they continue getting some crazy buyer move, that's where you need to watch for it to slow down or to invalidate. If they close over it, it invalidates. If they reject it, it's still good, and they could possibly come back down and try to hold on top of those fibs. So you could say short-term has been invalidated because for a short-term rejection, you need to see them not go above the 9 and not go above the halfway point in golden pocket. So the fact that they've gone over it is bad for bears. All you have right now is a bearish drop open range breakout that didn't get a retest. So now what you're trying to see is where is this retest going? They've invalidated a potential more shorter-term retest by completely pumping into this area. So right now is either a good spot for potentially risky shorts back to the low of day because you don't have confirmation that it is going to continue down lower. You just have confirmation that it pulled back to a good spot where shorts could take back over. But the better spot, of course, would be the 100% retracement. So you have a little bit more risk here because it's not all the way pulling back, and you have a lot less risk because this would be a full comeback, a full return. And yes, you can also press mouse and then click down on your little mouse wheel. You can do that as well, yes. So now you're kind of wanting to see two things. Is this going to go for the 100% retracement, or can I look for a higher low / double bottom to make a base? If that doesn't happen, they make the new low, then you're just on a retest. Too many lines. It's a lot to think about at first. I know it sounds like a lot, but the more you look at it, the more you start to realize the different scenarios that are possible within different areas. So we've broken a pretty important area. I would want the retest of this just because it's not a level from the smaller time frames. This level right here is from the daily time frame. This is a bottom area of a demand. It's a very important area. So if you can get a retest as close as possible to this, that would be needed for bears to keep control of that. They don't just get to sell it once and then they're in control. They sell it once, they need a better retest of this very important area. Leland still dropping the dime bag in the chat, I see. That was a good example, though, of fibs. You guys saw how well they held that. Another way of looking at it too, I hope I don't crack too many minds doing this, but another way of looking at things too when you're looking at this, so like this candle invalidated the short-term fibs, right, because it closed above right here, right? We all get that? So that would almost make this an, here we go again. That would make this an igniting candle, right? So let's go from the open to close of that candle. This potentially tells us that as long as the next candle or next few candles hold the halfway point or golden pocket here, as long as it holds above this candle, then it should continue higher, right? just because it's the igniting candle. I'm trying not to blow y'all's minds by doing too many fibs and making you think you have to draw these fibs. You don't have to draw any of that. That's just how you need to view that candle when you see it invalidate over like that. And there they go, almost the 100% retracement. Haven't gotten it to the cent, but we got pretty close. So now we can start to look for a potential seller move. Any kind of hammer candle to pop up and maybe go down here and retest this area again. If they'll just keep pushing it, which if they keep pushing it, this is not that supported that well. So I have to see where they go and reject. And we know it's not supported well because it only made one low. They didn't come back down and build a second higher low right here and then start taking price higher. They came down for a single candle reset. That is a short-term retest. So now we're going to see, are they going to the bottom of that daily demand? Are they going to go back up and hit that bottom of that big hammer that had all that volume from earlier? It's kind of in between here that we're looking at for a potential rejection to bring us back down to this area here. Again, guys, don't get too frustrated if something's not making sense or if I'm just like speaking too fast. We'll go over these more and more and more and more, and you'll start to realize it more and more and more and more the more you use them. How do you define an igniting candle? Well, in this case, when you're breaking to the downside, and there's another example of it too earlier this day. The candle that breaks the 9 EMA and gets the rising volume close over is normally your igniting candle, but it's different because in this case, you went down and you invalidated within 5 minutes. They made that low, and then 5-10 minutes later, they pulled back up above that fib all the way entirely, right? So that was a full-on, like buyers were just parabolic here. They were strong for some reason, right? In this case, they didn't do that in 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes. It took them 20 minutes just to get up here, and they still didn't even really get a good candle until this candle. So in this example, the igniting candle wasn't until here. And then they held that breakout, right? Because that's the candle that really got them out of that first high, right? This situation isn't even really like that because they haven't even made their higher low yet. So, but essentially, though, your igniting candle is the candle, and holy crap, it's doing it again, is the candle that goes from your low, and like in this example, from your low to have rising volume close over the 9 EMA or over a retracement that you're looking at. That's how you define your igniting candle. Because this is the candle that got you out of the dirt and above the needed resistance to get some buyers towards this next resistance right here. So that would be your igniting candle. So whatever retest happens after this candle, if it can hold the halfway point of this candle, it should continue higher. Higher probability of moving higher. Again, hopefully that makes sense. That is kind of a lot to take in at once. It's also like super tedious. Like you don't need to be drawing all those fibs. You see this candle break above the fib from that low to this candle here, you know that you have an invalidation. You know that it most likely wants to go up here, where you fell from, right? If it doesn't do it in the next 5-10 minutes, it's like, oh, okay, well, it needs to hold something then, right? What is that something? The halfway point of that igniting candle that got you there. Right, so now you know your range is kind of between the halfway point of this candle and the area in which you fell from. So we're kind of stuck in between here now. It's a lot to take in. I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh, you don't understand that? You're dumb. Like, no, it's a shit ton of information. It also doesn't make sense if this is your first time looking at price action, you know, the right way. Looking at it leaving levels. You know, it doesn't matter if I'm doing these zones or not. Price action is price action. Getting the hang of it as you go over them consistently. Fibs are effective tool, in my opinion, 100%. I answered John. What's up, Drew? Really liking these longer streams on Friday. Slower at work and tons of knowledge dropping. Thanks, Josh. Thank you, Drew. I appreciate you a ton. Is there a video that covers this already? Like this exact topic? The buy the dip strategy technically covers all of this because you have to draw a fib sometimes to see, all right, where's the halfway point? Where does it need to hold after the igniting candle? A lot of the times, though, we just say 9 EMA. I do have a couple videos on fibs if you just type in Fibonacci on the video tab of my channel. And then there is a private member video that I do want to make public down the road. But that video covers a lot of fibs. You can also, if you have chat, let me full screen this real quick before I accidentally exit it. In chat, if you go to the quiz section, BB Bootcamp, go to quiz number 2. You have the volume and fibs edition one. That's pretty good. It has all this information, as well as, what am I thinking of? Volume and fibs. There we are. J Bacon Leland's channel. Volume and fibs. A lot of really good information is typed out, broken down here. The types of volume, the types of fibs, the types of entries you can take with each of these, which that is in that private video that I have. But we talk about them a lot though in streams, so I didn't think to make an exact video just for this topic because there's just too many variations. You know, right now we're talking about pullbacks. We're talking about where to look at on those pullbacks, igniting candles, where to look at for them to hold after that igniting candle. Why are we doing all this? You know, like it's not always that simple. Like we broke support, we stopped at 384.30s. Okay. So now I want to see, did we come back up to a certain point in that drop? Did we not? Did we break it? Did we hold under it? We did. We broke over it. Awesome. So now what am I looking at? Okay, well, price either needs to retest and hold this and move higher to go re-hit the place in which we fell from, the full retest like we just did. Or are we going to get a pullback and it's like, oh, we're not just going to stop here. We're going to fail under that. We're going to reject here. So there's just too many variations. So I don't want to sit here and make one video about just fibs when there's like literally a million ways to use them. But I mainly use them on open range breakouts, open breakouts to show you how much of something are you retracing to so you can play more confident setups. Because if you see a continuation, like right here, like let's say on this drop that happened here, let's say it fell all the way to here, right? And then it came back up. And instead of like this, where it invalidated and pushed over, let's say it didn't do that. Let's say it stopped here, formed like a hammer or something, right? Then that gives you a pretty good signal to potentially get back into a short, or let's say even better, you get an even more passive high to lower high under that rejection, right? And then that gives you your entry to downside to go retest this 100% level, right? Then that would be ideal, you know. So there's just so many opportunities you can take off of these levels. There's so many different variations of what can go on. No, when I'm grabbing the igniting candle, I'm doing open to close of the candle, the meat of it. If you do open to high or low to high, that's awesome. Just make sure you stick to doing just that instead of jumping around. I was talking about igniting candles. Yes, I've talked about that a lot. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that there's one exact video for it because I talk about it in a lot of my videos. I might not call it the igniting candle every time I go label it. I just kind of say the candle in some of my videos too. So that's kind of a running joke that we have, is just call it the candle. Because it sometimes make or breaks a lot of these charts. And it happens on every time frame too. It's not just the 5 minute. You can do this on the 1 minute. You can go to the daily. Exactly, Neri. You got it. Exactly how you put it. That's a good, quick way of putting it. It is a lot, but your explanation of visually seeing before, during, and after not mentioned. Exactly. That's my whole point, Julian. Thank you. Thank you for saying that. Because that's like what a lot of my lessons have been in these streams, is me covering something beforehand, it then happens, or something happens, and then afterwards we cover it. Therefore, you get that full coverage of before, during, and after, and it's not just like, oh, well, what the heck? You get a lot better coverage of it, and it makes more sense seeing it live. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I think Mel's pulling my leg. Oh, water's so good. I swear, man, no one explains the why, let alone the making like this. Thank you. Thank you, Julian. Appreciate you. Well, we only have a minute and 41, or an hour and 41 until market close. What is everyone looking at? Are you guys looking to swing anything? I would hope not, because it is Friday. Ooh, good job, Peter. Dude, look how well it's trying to hold that area. That candle legit closed right above that area. Now let's do that fib again from the candle, the igniting candle. Let's see. What did that wick just hold? The 50%. Oof. To the cent just about. So even though it's not saying, all right, you're definitely going to the moon, it's definitely showing that there is some buying pressure here in this general area above that halfway point. So for sellers to bring this back down, they need to break that bottom of wick and bring it back down to that support. It's all about finding your risk and reward. Which one do you like to buy? Do you like to be that guy who buys in at the random low and wait for it to possibly go retrace? Do you like to wait for the retracement, catch a good spot where it's like, oh, okay, it hit the retrace, the place at which it fell from. I'm going to buy a short here. If it goes above it, I'm stopping out. If it goes down to my area where it has to retrace to the halfway point of that candle, then I'll take profit. You know, are you that kind of person? Are you someone who has to take the open range breakout as it makes that new low? You know, it's all about finding the risk and reward you are most comfortable with and then repeating that action over and over and over and over and over until you learn every variation of it, everything that can happen after that, and as you also grow your discipline. You're not always going to be a robot that just enters and exits. There's going to be days where you keep holding for no reason. There's going to be days where you don't buy on time, where you hesitate. You know, that's also part of it. So there's just a lot to take in. But that's what I'm talking about. Find the risk and reward you are happy with and stick to it. Find the types of trades that you want to get into more and more. Limit yourself to them. Yo, Daffy's on fire. That's why he's donating so much. Uh-oh, guys. I was supposed to do Trader of the Month today.
Uh-oh. Who shall it be?
Alright, so it was Ripcord, then Devin, then Username, then Jay, then Leland, then Marente, then Taylor, then Misi. Last month we had a split between Daffy and Mikey, which, I mean, fair enough. Both those dudes were tearing up the chat. I honestly think this month... Hold on, let me scroll through trade results again, because there's like 3 names that are in my head. Who do y'all think improved the most, had the best month? Who would y'all say needs to be Trader of the Month? I have a few names in my head, so I kind of want to go off what y'all say. How do you know he's on fire? You guys posting on Discord? I'm not seeing. Yeah, the Discord's in the link in bio. I made 10,000% mental trades this week. Hey, man, that's the best reps, though. Somebody said Mel. Somebody said Rambo. Jack saying pick himself. Which Jack, you did actually have a really awesome month of posting. Leland stepped up to another level. Yeah, we just can't give it to him again. Trust me, I wanted to give Leland this award like 3 times already, because Leland is that guy. Leland's built a little different. All right, kiss ass. I can't be the Trader of the Month. That would be too biased. Since I'm the person who literally selects who it is, I'm not allowed to participate. Which I wouldn't win this month anyway. I would say there are many people who perform better than me over the last month. I might have to do another 2-way win, to be honest with y'all. There are 2 people in my head who have done really well the past couple months, and I haven't given them the credit for it, which I have given them credit on the streams and in the Discord, but Trader of the month wise, I have not. But I think I want to give it to a split tie again, which I hate to do that 2 months in a row. But it's just there's two people in our chat that have been insanely active, insanely helpful, positive. They're not looking to scheme or do any of that weird shit. But honestly, those two people are Burok and Rambo. It'd be cool to give them both a split tie, which I hate to do that to them. But Rambo and Burok have both been super active, super positive, super just helpful with everybody. Ripcord, Daffy, Mel. Ripcord is always super helpful. Ripcord's one of my homies. I even go to Ripcord for TA sometimes just to be like, yo, man, you like anything? His last trade on Cat was god tier. Let me show y'all this trade. This shit was nuts. So he started buying in like between here. Buying in a little early, but shit. 2-3 days later, we're all calling him a genius. Held, I think he even averaged down. If not, whatever. But he held through the all-time high. It then proceeded to push with a single soldier pattern, a crow. And then happened again. It just kept going. And I think he ended up selling it around here. But even down here, his play was up big. Because it just kept tanking after that. But that was a golden play that he took just recently. Let me vote for Leland. May I deserve some lessons from him because my vote. Honestly, Mel, it could have been you if you didn't have the slip up. You had that one slip up. You were kind of in GOAT mode until then. But right now, I honestly think what you experienced was your higher low. I think you're about to experience a new higher high. So I can't wait to see what comes of you within the next month or two. From all these conversations, discussions, breakdowns, all the posting we've been doing. I think Mel will be the trader of the month next month if y'all all don't mess with him. I think Mel will be the leader next month. But I think that's what I have to decide. I think I have to do another split tie. I will be trader of the year. That's the spirit. Yeah, screw all these trader of the months, bro. Go for the year. Which we didn't do a trader of the year last year, but if I had to pick a trader of the year for last year, I probably would say, like, honestly, like Leland or J-Bake or yeah, probably one of those two. Even Marente or even Devin, maybe. You're the award trader. Yeah, he gets it every year. His annual reward. That'd be pretty cool. Have like a Leland statue. Alright, so they did 100% retracement. They broke under again, so there's a good chance they want to go test this as a double bottom or make their higher low somewhere in between this retracement here and this low of day here. So somewhere in between here, they want to make their lower, their higher low. And this will give bulls a chance to break through this again and give you that better buyer move for a potential end of day buy the dip move. Or they're going to reject it, stay in this range, and bring us down lower for a new low of day. Or, even worse, they keep us in between the range of low of day and this move here and just kind of keep us here till the close. You'll make
with the chop fooey.
You'll take Trader of the Year 2024. That's the spirit. You should take this year too. Alright, I muted my mic so y'all didn't have to hear all of that typing. I also had to make sure I was tagging the right Rambo. There's like 2. I swear, some of y'all's names are hilarious. Not Leland, TRF. Number 6. Rente. Alright, Trader of the Month is posted. Go drop your reactions. Drop in the YouTube chat or in Discord and say congratulations to both Rambo and Burok. We even gave Rambo his own GIF. His own reaction. Just Rambo shooting up in the air. We go give them some love and support. Shout out to the gentleman. Also, that's 10 Trader of the Months now. That's a long time. And that's with me skipping a couple months because we just kept forgetting to do it. Pretty insane list of traders, though. Ripcord, Devin, username Jay, Leland, Rente, Taylor, Misi, Daffy and Mikey, Rambo, and Burok. A lot of legends up on this list now. Don't worry, Bueller. You'll get it one day. Keep trying. I could just change it and replace all the names with my name and win it 10 times. I could be the Trader of the Month communist. Keep Kim Jong-bul. Only an hour 19 and I'm all by myself. You guys all have me to yourself now. There is no one here who can save me. How are these Friday streams though? How many of these have we had so far? I think we had this Friday, last Friday. We did last Tuesday as well. Or no, I changed that to Friday. So we did 3 Fridays in a row. It doesn't feel like that many though, does it? But how have the Friday streams been? Is there anything I should try to include? Should I try to add somebody in here during certain time periods? I try to keep it at literally just people that I bring into my like chat. I don't want to bring random people in here or do any kind of marketing or anything like that. Where it's like, oh guys, I brought this huge trader that a bunch of people know about. I just want to bring people I'm aware of, people I'm friends with, people I trade with. So no requests like that. I also try not to pour just straight up education on you guys. We do just kind of sit here, chill, listen to music, watch some of the quick updates, while watching Spy, and then as they pop up, we'll go over different lessons and stuff. I try not to just pour it onto you guys every day at a certain time. I try to just go with the flow. 3 total, yeah, it felt like 3. It just still didn't feel like that much though. It only felt like 1 for some reason. These at first when you start these streams, you're like, oh man, we got a long day ahead of us, and then as you get to the end of it, you're like, damn, I wish it was going longer. Needs more I kept on saying majesty. Needs more. Yeah, every day. W Friday streams. Bring people from the community has been great. Bring Zach Morris. I doubt Zach Morris would want to come onto my live stream. That man gets bags on his own. Is there anything you guys have learned from these streams that you kind of keep now, that you remember all the time? Is there something that you guys want to work towards during these streams? Is there something you guys have learned from these streams that you want to talk about further? Are live streams only Friday? No, they're every day. It's just on Fridays we do full day streams, where we go from market open to market close, which I start 30 minutes before the market opens, so yeah. But yeah, every day we stream, and then Friday I've been trying to aim for every Friday a full live stream, full day. Let's see what's on the telly.
We'll be right back.
Oh, I load it and they go to commercial break. How perfect. How could I have known? Hey, boo-boo. Got us a picnic basket. There we go. I was grabbing the wrong one. I can keep all my shit open then. And then raise this here. There we go. Let's go through our sectors real quick. So we do have a slight higher low on XLK, which could lead to some basing to create a move to the upside. So we could see some moves to the upside. It looks like they need to get past whatever this is right here. 136.30s. This is the support they sat on again, and then continued higher from there. So they need to get over that resistance to show that buyers are present towards the end of the day. Healthcare is in the exact same seat, but their level is a lot higher up near that previous day low. Discretionary, this is your Amazon, Tesla, Nike, Home Depot, McDonald's sector. All of these are kind of doing the exact same thing. They kind of have that low established. They built that higher low. They just need to get past something. That something for this chart would be this recent high right here, or going into your previous day close. Comms also have a higher low. They're a little bit sharper of an angle. They need to get past this double bottom they had earlier. They hit it again and then broke under it, retested, continued from that area. So it looks like 52.50s is kind of where comms need to pick back up again. Financials, they've been the weak one of the past couple of days. They even had a further fall this morning. Since that fall, though, they have not created another low. They actually pushed through today's open, had a new high, came back down, built a higher low, and now they're just kind of up on an angle. They haven't really built much consolidation here, but at least they're near today's open. They haven't really lost or gained much. They're just flat, which is good because that's what a lot of stocks are doing. So it's good to see the financial sectors just flat, which not a lot of these are. From open, that is. Of course, they're all down from pre-market. I guess we can remove this rectangle now. I'm going to leave that oval there. And this we can leave here because we're just still waiting to see what's up.
Welcome back to Power Lunch. The shutdown of Silicon Valley Bank has Wall Street on edge. The banking sector putting pressure on stocks today. Our next guest expects stocks to test the October low of 36.50 on the S&P 500. Let's bring in our friend and CNBC contributor Michael Farr, Chief Market Strategist at Hightower Advisors. Michael, good to see you. I've rarely seen you quite as cautious as I sense you are right now. Among other things in my note, you say not going into a recession would be unprecedented. A few moments ago, Gilbert Garcia.
Oh my
said
God, I thought that was a
fundamentally
fake,
the same
like,
thing,
I thought it was like a
and
poster.
urged the Fed to
He did
stop
not move for like
raising
5
interest
seconds.
rates right now. Do you
I
see
know
it
y'all
that
saw
way?
that.
Do you think the Fed will stop raising interest rates? Do you think they should, in light of the fact that you view a recession as the sort of base case?
I think that when you look at the data, Tyler, and this isn't me just
Look like
holding my
AI,
finger
dude,
in the
literally.
wind when I say these sorts of things. I've been doing this for a long time, as you know. When you look at the data, that says, look, every time, 100% of the time we've seen an inversion of any part of the yield curve versus the 10-year right now, we've gone into recession. And a lot of other factors also say recession. So if you were going to Vegas with like 8 of your historical indicators saying 100% it's going to be red, would you actually bet on black? You know, I mean, probably not with your own money, even though you don't like to be negative. So if, in fact, all of the data does argue for a recession, I think it's a reasonable expectation. Also, recessions are normal. Economies contract and they expand. I think that the Fed is still trying to tighten rates, and what should they be doing is a much tougher call, because the one thing every Fed governor will tell you over and over again is we don't want to make the same mistake twice. The Federal Reserve, of all of its things that it wants to do, is never make the same mistake twice. They've backed off too early in other cycles, and it's been kind of disastrous, leading to runaway inflation. Powell doesn't want to do that. They're going to stay with it. Now, the question is, should they? Have they done enough? And knowing that a Fed intervention takes about 12 months before you see the results in the economy, there's a very good argument to be made to say that they should pause in here and wait a couple of months and look at the data again. Given the current inflation data that continues to hammer, particularly the jobs data and low unemployment, they feel they need to keep.
Pretty good push here by the market just now. We got a push up to about 388.20s, which you guys are all aware of. This is where we kind of caught on that hammer earlier, made our push up, and then from there we made our push down again, where they had one push, a good retest. Couldn't make that new low. They made a higher low. And ever since then, we've gotten pretty good volume on this candle. Nothing amazing on this one. Good reset and good volume on this candle to push us back into that level. So you're kind of at your median point again, where it's like, all right, we either reject from here and hold under this the rest of the day, or we're going to push above it and get a good push maybe towards today's open. I would aim for this hill first and then today's open, just because it's a little hopium right there. But you can at least aim for this 399. So nothing crazy, but still really good low to higher low movement since seeing that break lower. So they are trying to bring them back into range before close, which is one of the scenarios we talked about. Nope, I didn't mute my mic. I just forgot to turn the music back on after pausing and turning off the TV, so it was like kind of weird quietness for a second, considering there's always something playing in here. So it's kind of weird when you hear nothing going on. I'm also sitting here thinking about how I want to plan my video. I have to first go back through my charts, circle my entry exits, remind myself what the hell I was doing just because it already happened, so I'm going back and looking now. Try to get a good thought process and then record the video for everybody. I have to record 4 of them to be exact for the SPX trades. I'm not going to record the first 2 that I took off the trade log because those were literally just test trades. So I'm just going to go off the 4 trades that I am well aware of. Kind of excited for that. I think a lot of people have been looking forward to seeing more of my scalp trading, which is kind of where I originally came from, was scalp trading. That's all I used to do. Was quick 40% pops. I'd enter 1 minute, I'm out the next. And then I got more into swing trading more and more because it's honestly just more fun to swing trade. Scalp trading is a lot quicker. It's a little bit more tedious in my opinion. But it also has its own kind of feel-good kind of style where it's like, well, I get to get in, I get to get out quick, and it's all numbers. Let's say you're just a legend for some reason at quick 30-second 40% entries. You know, for some reason you're really good at getting in and out of these quick trades, but they only make 5, 10, 15, 20, 25%, you know, which is still great percentages. Well, at first you're like, well, they aren't really worth anything. It's because you're thinking from a money standpoint where you're like, oh, well, I'm only betting $100 in these trades, so I'm only making like 10, 20, 30 bucks most, you know, but when you're spending a lot more than that, that's when it starts to rack up. So that's why a lot of people who do like scalping play with heavier sized positions, because they can get in with $1,000, $2,000, get back out super quick, and they made a few $100s not having to worry about anything, taking the exact same trade that they were taking with that $100 account. So it's not even about like how much money do you have or are you smart or not. It really is about, do you know how to play your setup? Do you know how to play your quick scalp in and out? Because if you do, then you can, the sky's the limit for you. Nothing's going to touch you. And that's kind of why I started out with scalping, because it's super disciplined. It's super just to the T. Like, if you do something wrong, like, it's your fault. Like, there's nothing to blame on the market. You're in, you're out, and you're not going to win every trade. You're going to lose some trades, but you shouldn't ever be hurting yourself while taking some of these trades. And then as you start to scalp longer, you can start to realize, okay, wow, you'll start to see the possibilities of how you can hold longer after seeing more variations of price action. And then that leads into day trading. You start taking slower day trades, or you just take an entry on a bigger time frame and wait a little bit. Then you go back like, all right, it hit my target, bam, I'm out. Or, oh, it hit my stop loss, I gotta get out. Bought 5 SPY calls off the 50% retrace, sold 2 for my cost basis, holding 3. Ooh, Evis, good stuff. So you got 3 free contracts riding out. I was quick scalping mainly, but working on holding longer. And yeah, over time, man, it'll definitely work out. What was Jacko's comment? I didn't get to see it. Oh. Just had to make the joke. It's crazy how many people come from them and like end up in my group, and they like, have you ever heard this guy? It's like, yeah, I used to know that guy very well. And they like tell me like how he scammed, how they got scammed, or like what they do in there. It's like, I don't care, dude. I don't care about the drama. I used to be around all that shit. Like, I don't want to be around that anymore. It's disgusting seeing people be taken advantage of. Some people doing it willingly, some people doing it without even knowing. And some of those groups are so toxic. I would generally say most groups, like 90+% of groups, are just like that too. He's the most probably flashy, of course, because he has a really good background story. Whether it's true or not, it doesn't even matter. Has really good flashy, you know, motivational stories, gains here and there, you know, so that kind of adds into the kind of continuing momentum that his facade has. And that's how a lot of those groups work. Like I said, they're most likely going to go retest the bottom of that demand. They've gone up, gone inside of it, and now they're rejecting under the meat of that previous, or this today's low that we had earlier, where that hammer is. Right here, I'm like pointing at it with my finger, like you can see that. Took some time to reset and holding myself to pullbacks to the 9 EMA or 13 EMA on 2-minute chart. 80% entries. Been practicing on getting better entry. Ooh, nice. Good job, man. And yeah, take your time. 197 long border. It just takes time reviewing more and more, understanding, okay, well, this can happen. This can happen. This is what I should do if this happens. This is what I should do if that happens. really giving yourself that mental like analysis really of what's possible, and then as you start to jump into it real, you know, you're not clueless, you're aware, you understand what's going on. Only taking one trade a day, and so far I'm 3 out of 3. Good job, dude. That takes an amazing amount of discipline, and that's honestly a really good thing to do too, because you never want to overtrade. That's a big thing with a lot of really good traders, is overtrading. Too many of them jump into too many trades. It's like, dude, you only need 1 or 2 of these trades. I don't know why you're going for 10 or 20, you know? Good for you, though, man. I'm very happy for you. Good job taking the initiative and just working your ass off. And yeah, here we go. Power Hour is among us. Call out, Jonathan. We are 20 seconds away. Seven, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding, 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 ding. Power Hour. We're in the last hour of the day, everybody. We made it through the 3-hour playlist twice. I'm going to cut that off and find something different on YouTube before I go crazy. Yeah, I didn't get to do that latency test today, but I was looking. It didn't even really matter because as the day progresses, the farther out it gets. So, like, let's say you start the day off 3 seconds behind stream. Well, 3 seconds behind later on in the day might be like 5 or 6 seconds behind. So, it also gets slower as the day goes on, as the stream gets longer. Also, it messes up with wherever you are. So if you're like I'm in Texas, if you're in Florida, let's say it's like 3 seconds behind, 4 seconds behind. Someone who's in New York or Canada will probably have like double that at least. So it also depends where you are in comparison to me and in comparison to the YouTube server itself. So it's a lot of shit that goes into it for how quick or how laggy you may be behind my stream. But it should never be beyond like 15, 20, 30. Like, you should never be minutes behind. It'll never, ever, ever, ever be that bad. And that's with it just being on low latency. We could drop it down one more setting. Maybe we try that next week on Monday if I can hopefully remember. Hopefully one of y'all remind me. But we need to try the ultra low latency to see what kind of lag is there on that, because that'd be kind of cool to be like instant. Good stuff, Jack. I'm glad to hear that. What do you think about Tesla can't... Here, hold up. I'll be right back. I'm going to go grab something, and then I'll answer more questions. So feel free to ask questions and stuff. I'll start with DX Max when I get back. 1 second. I did never meet myself. Cool. Good thing I didn't say anything awkward. Right? Alright, where was I? What do you think about Tesla candle spot on the daily? Alright, Tesla. Go to my monthly chart. Go to the daily. I'm liking it a lot more for buyer reaction than I was a couple days ago. So they had a really big problem with this, and just to show you, let me get my breath first. Where these are coming from, I went from this low before this reversal up to the top of the last red candle for this area of demand. They turned it into supply, so I just kept it there. Pretty good spot. And that helped me identify the highs of this last move we had. We had a move there, another move there. All three of which got to the top of this range and then slowed down. So you had 3 confirmations of a slowdown. And then this demand, I pretty much did the same thing, but I did it from this side here. I went from this low here before they reversed back up to this area, because I kind of did it in the thinking of like, all right, well, I did this one here. The next one didn't really occur till here, because this wasn't really an up move. This was, though. So I went from the low of that to the top of the last red candle to right there, and that just kind of set me up for this range between like 216s and 160s. So that gave me my supply and my demand. So I would say I'd be looking for good buyer signals to step up. I'd keep looking for wicks to pop up in this box down here, so if you can get a move back to the 9 EMA and possibly 190. Or if they don't just keep range trading it, or they don't send it back up, I would look for a new low under 166s for a continuation, in which you do have a pretty fat gap fill down here. You have another tinier one right here. So there's a couple things Tesla could do from here. And it's not the biggest demand either. They've only done this once, rejected from it, took it over again, and both of these are short term, by the way, because neither of them got a solid retest, like sit on it, push off of it, come back down, jump off it again. They just did a couple candles to go down, a couple candles to go up. So you have 2 short term retests here, making this demand again. So I would be looking for those scenarios to pop up. The buyers coming off of the bottom of this to take it back to the 90 EMA or 190 can even send it back into the supply from there, technically. But I am liking that a lot more. Miguel, try reloading your stream then. It should not be that bad. I've actually been getting amazing frames. I'd show you my OBS, but then it would look really bad on your end. But we've dropped 0.4% of frames, which is actually insane for a full day stream. Normally we've dropped like 1-2%. We didn't even drop 0.5% today, so that's really good. Some of those settings we messed with definitely helped out. But thank you guys. The fact we still have 120 people in here amazes me. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you guys for tuning into the streams, dropping likes, supporting the channel, supporting the Discord, supporting the content I provide. It definitely means a lot to me. Thanks. I'm seeing the same with the zones also. Good, good, good. I'm glad we're on the same page. DUOL for a short swing idea? Not familiar with that one. Oh, Duolingo. Let's see. I've never charted it, so let's chart it. Oh, they're one of those charts. Okay, I get to start from the weekly on this one then. Yeah, let's go from weekly demand. So before they reversed, they had that candle here to the top of that red candle there. And that instantly lines up with that. That's beautiful on the weekly. That is so beautiful. Let's also go to the daily. Let's mark all of this information here. So where does like the highest we've gotten? Pretty much right here. We rejected it here, 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 and here. So that's most likely where they're headed if they are going to break the 9 EMA. The only thing that kind of throws that off for just instantly entering shorts is that you might be late from early entry, but you might be too early for a late entry, if that makes sense. Like a retest entry. because you've already made your dip down from the original like take profit spot, I guess is what you could say. So they probably are working down to 110. They just might not do it instantly. So I would go from, honestly, we could cheat this. Yeah, we can go from the open range breakout of 110 to the high of this move. And I was going to say it's probably sitting right there. I would look for them to break this area between the 90 MA and the golden pocket for a continuation down to 110.50, 110.60 area. So it's not a bad movement. But what might happen first, though, let me remove this now that we know where it is. What might happen first, though, let me do the opposite fib. If I go from here, let's say this is where they stop and they get a buyer reaction here, right? So let's just be in that thinking now. So let's go from the high of that move to the low of that move. They could also come back up to 123.50s, maybe even 125.15, 125.60s, and that could be a retracement spot for you to enter a better position, a better short entry, because you already kind of missed the early entry. You missed another early entry, and this would be kind of like chasing almost, because you don't have volume confirmation, you don't have any level confirmation. We're not breaking anything yet. They've already made their move down from the high. They are exiting that old demand that is short-term supply now. But the big thing with me is that you might be entering too late. So if you're going to enter too late, you need to buy a lot of time, because you might have to hold through that retest move if it doesn't just continuate down. And if it continues on without you, then well, you didn't chase. So that's a good thing. But that's kind of how I see that chart. Let me know if you were kind of seeing the same thing. Foul, let me know. How long did it take for you to do this full time? Well, I don't just do trading and charting and all this stuff full time. There are other parts of the business I'm technically helping with that do things. This is just the part I manage for the most part. So it's not really fair to say this is what I do full time, because this isn't the only source of where income comes in at. But comfortable with charts and like comfortable with openly saying my opinion. It took me about 2.5 years to actually see and say what I'm seeing and what I want to aim for. What you're seeing now of me is really just me just sharpening the blade, really, just over time growing. But it took a couple years. I didn't just open a chart and instantly started dropping my opinion on everything. Which it wasn't really me who did that either. When I started sharing my opinions, you know, I started getting more popular. It wasn't like I went out of my way to say, hey, you're only going to make money if you do this with me right here, right now. Like, I don't like to be like that. I like to hold people to a higher standard, make them do the hard work. We appreciate you putting in time to support us. Thank you, Jack. I appreciate you a ton. Oh, yo, Evis. He said, the last question he asked was, how do you pay for a star? The next thing that pops up with his name is, welcome to Loyal Supporter, and he has the star. Welcome, Evis. I'm so happy to have you, man. Thank you for tuning in. Real quick, and this is probably a great time to re-promote this. Also to re-inform people who already have this. But if you do have any interest in joining my channel, you just click join, and then you click join. There's only one thing you can get. And the longer you stay, the different color star you get. That's what that is, that star that you're talking about. You get a couple emojis, which I still need to add more. But the big thing is that you get this membership section, which I try to drop 1 to 2 update videos a week on Spy. I try to do it on Sunday, and I try to do it on Wednesday. I did not do it this week on Wednesday. We also have other side projects going on with different things, other videos people can refer to, other updates. I do videos in between that people request that are within this group, like the fib video. We did the retest video. And then I had 5 videos saved up before I opened this up. So when you guys join, you have content to go off of. You're not just looking into, you're not just paying for nothing is what I did it for. I don't want you guys to pay $5 a month and just have the Spy updates. Like, I want you to join and have other content as well. So I added a bunch of other stuff in there as well. But how many videos do we have now? We got these 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and then we have a couple of the videos that are in the live trade series, so 13 plus a couple more. But a lot of really cool updates in there. I hope you enjoy that, Evis, though. Thank you so much for joining the group. For real, that means a lot. What am I listening to right now? Whew. I got a doc appointment in a bit, so I'm going to head out. Hope everyone has a good weekend. Thanks for the stream. See you later, Shaq. Sorry I was so late to read that. Glad you liked it, Foul. Let me know if what we were looking at was close. I actually got dual and took profits earlier. Just wondering if any juice for swing runners. I would say the only reason you should still be in that in a short is because of you having runners. That's a really good way of putting it. No new position should be looking to get that yet. Good job though, Foul. That was an excellent pullback. Do I remember my first trade? No, I do not. I don't even know what I would have been looking at back then. Because I did equity trading, like buying shares of stuff and selling it before I got into options. And then I got into options and I was trading. Honestly, I would bet you money the first thing I ever traded was Amazon. Because Amazon was like 2,000 going on 3,000 a share at that time. And I remember anybody who was anybody traded Tesla or Amazon. And Amazon was kind of the big one at the time. Everybody was hyping up Amazon. The rally to 3K and all that good stuff after breaking 2K. So that was probably one of my first options trade. It was probably Amazon. I probably made good money, but also probably lost good money on Amazon at those days. So much info in these streams. I appreciate you, Whiplash. Glad you like them. Swinging 386 put for Monday B. Have fun, man. I honestly don't have any bias going into next week. It really is anybody's ball game next week. If we get an open higher, they could retake this and have a good pump back into resistance. If we get a sideways or lower open, we could get a good push down to 380. So it really is anybody's ball game. I would say it's mostly controlled by bears, though. The fact that we're taking out this old demand is very important. It's kind of what I'm impressed with, which is also why I think you're getting a lot of volume. If you notice, a lot of our volume, we had pretty big volume step in here and here. Both of those times were as we were approaching a demand or a supply. You can see as we're approaching demand again and fighting over it, we're having the most volume pop up again. It's a lot of volume. I really don't have a bias going into next week, though. Those contracts were dumb. Oh, dude, they were so expensive. Yep, George, full day Friday, every Friday. All right, fam, officially logging out. Have a good weekend, everybody. Thank you, B, for everything, brother. Thank you, Daffy. I appreciate you tuning in. Also dropping some good hints and advice earlier in the stream. I do appreciate when people tune in and try to drop some info. I can pretty much carry the streams by myself, like updating and dropping knowledge, but it does get a little tiresome sometimes. So it is so nice when somebody I trust comes in here and drops info. Definitely helps out. And remember what I said, guys. They could get the retest, move lower. They could get the retest, move higher. They could just hit this level, reject it, and finish us sideways. They really still could do any of those things. It really has just been kind of a teeter-totter. Let me redraw this. Remember, we drew this from the low to the low. And it gave us this area of kind of median in between that we can watch. And you can see of that, they've held this low, tried to hold it, failed, tried to retake it, succeeded, continued, hit that level again, the demand, and then also hit 388.20, which is where we kind of stopped at earlier with that meaty candle there, with that large volume. Hammer held that, and then since then we've seen a break under and a retest to the downside. Since then, all we've seen is they retested that again. So they have successfully pulled up above the halfway point, held it, continued higher, hit the full retracement. So technically now you could delete this fib, just because it doesn't really matter as much anymore. They've already done what they needed to. They pushed above it, they held above it, and they finished the 100% retracement to hit the level in which they fell from. So technically you could delete this fib. Which is funny because you would still have something lined up there. Because right now you'd probably want to watch between here and then, yeah, the high to like here, which is already marked. Someone I know is actually getting square calls for an over the weekend swing, which actually doesn't look that bad because they got good volume, they're at a good spot, and you have a 50-50 candle basically. So they're basically relying on a higher open to help bring them profits on Monday, is what they're relying on. And they also like snow. Some rock type. Oh yeah, it was shadow boxing, hyping myself up for the next trade. What's up, Papa?
What's good? Unfamiliar voice to stream. Oh, I gotta mute the stream.
We all got a little play date going on in here.
Yeah. Well, I was just curious if anybody wanted to see the trades I took on SPX today.
Oh, dude, please. I would love to.
I marked some of them, or like the entries and exits out. But I was telling you yesterday in DM, like what really kicked off yesterday's sell-off. I just wanted to like study it and see for next time, and pretty much the exact same thing happened today, right? Because yesterday we pushed over the previous day's high, but then lost it, and then retested it, pushed down, and then again lost the previous day close, right? So those two key levels that got lost really kind of kicked off yesterday's sell-off. So I was looking for like a similar reaction today. So right here, right, we opened pretty much below previous day low, pushed up above it, and then something I talk about a couple times in my videos is like when you see a push over a high like this and an instant rejection, like that's like I call it the rubber band effect. I'm not sure what other people call it, but like you get this influx of buying right here, but like buy stops getting hit, and then big money's selling while everybody else is buying. So it creates this like rush of selling activity. So I mean, I could have got in here, but it was a little early. So my first entry was right here on this candle, and then obviously I was targeting first sell right here, previous day low. It's kind of hard to tell, but because there's no pre-market, but you can see there's this gap right here, right? This is where the day started. So yeah, this is where I was first selling as previous day low to see if this might hold. And then next sells were here at this kind of intraday low. Was expecting a potential buyer reaction around this level. And we did get one, but then instantly like started selling again. So this is where I entered again. 10:47 my time. I don't, what's that? 11:47 for you?
A good little a lower high retest.
Yeah, so like I want to zoom in on this actually. This is like classic setup that I look for, right? Like you have this base that builds right here, and notice this little low right here. This is the level I was watching. So we get this strong push down below that low, and then like perfect retest right there. So like you could even potentially enter here to try and squeeze even more premium out of this, but I like to wait to see these red candles start to form before I enter, just like because I'm a candlestick guy, you know how it is. So I entered here, and then I mean we just started selling off hard. I didn't even sell at that previous day low again.
These are different trades, right? Like you're one on your far left when we opened.
Yeah. So this one I was already out. I was fully cash right here, and then this was a new entry.
Okay.
Yeah, so I didn't sell any right here, which was like the current low a day.
And what made you do that?
Just because
what made you hold through that?
For one, the trend is like lower lows and lower highs already. Like so I was assuming that we were gonna make yet another lower low, and then seeing a candle like this push through that level. Where did it go? There it is. Seeing a strong candle like that push through, I was like, okay, there's a pretty strong possibility that we're going to keep pushing down. And I have these levels marked gold, by the way, for a reason. I wanted to show that on a bigger time frame, like the daily first, where those came from. So I was looking left at this area here. This is if you saw DukeBot's stream on FVGs, there is an FVG right here, fair value gap. So I was looking at this area as potential bounce area. I went down to the 1 hour, refine it some more. Let's see, zoom back over there. And you can see like this FVG got a lot smaller right here. So we could refine that area just to this area, and then I went one more step. I went down to the 15-minute just to grab these levels. It's right here. So there's just tiny area right here that I was looking at for buyers to step in potentially, and if not, then this one, right? So this was like my main target. Let's go back to that 1 minute. And so, yeah, so this is where I first sold. I think I had like 5 contracts, and my fill was like, I think $1.60 or something like that. Let me check. I like those like lower premium contracts on SPX just because like it's cheaper. I can get more.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Yeah, 165 is where I filled, and this first sell was at 680.
Jesus Christ.
And then this next one was 10.40 right here.
This
so
was,
like right
this
as we
was the
started
500% trade though?
Yeah, this was the 500% trade right here.
Oh my god.
It sounds disgusting even saying it.
Dude,
because like it doesn't
wild.
look like that much if you look at SPY.
I mean, you look at it at first and you're like, oh, that's a pretty good amount, but you wouldn't sit there and be like, oh, somebody got 500% off that move.
Yeah, it's retarded. I mean, sorry for saying that word. It's stupid.
Sorry, YouTube. I'm so sorry.
No, but yeah, you can see that's like basically as soon as we were coming into this level, my finger was on that sell button, right? Because I mean, we did dip below it, but right here is where we started to really see buyers step in, as predicted with that fair value gap, and then we just kind of started doing a whole bunch of nothing after that.
Damn.
But yeah, I just wanted to come on stream and share that because I heard you just a minute ago saying you are appreciative of when people come on here and share stuff. So
especially when it's Leland of
here
all
I
people.
am. But yeah, if you guys have seen my videos, like this is literally the bread and butter right
This
here.
is the only
Like,
thing he
you get
goes
this little
for.
base build. If you don't see this, then just don't trade. That's my thinking, right? Like, you see this little base build, especially like, I mean, I was gonna draw a fib, but there's not really
Yeah.
anything there. But you know what I mean? Like, there's this level is here for a reason.
Yeah, it's
Obviously,
an
what is
important
that?
pivot
Probably
point.
previous day low.
Price pushes up above it. Price can't hold it. Price gives up. Price gives a passive confirmation for downside since it couldn't hold that level. I mean, just basic price action, regardless of where it comes
Yeah.
from. You know, and of course it adds more importance, like you said, when it's, you know, of a level of something that makes more sense or of a more important factor.
Yeah, I try to keep my charts as clean as I can. Just if like so I know if there's a level there, it means something. So yeah,
No, dude, thank you for
that
showing
was
that,
my
because
trades today.
I like looking at especially your SPX, because as I'm starting to get into it more, it helps me kind of picture what's up, because you really don't need any, you know, huge move like you were showing me a couple days ago. Like, you don't even need that big of a move. You just need to get in at a good spot. You know, don't screw yourself and put
Exactly.
yourself in a position where you're having to hold through sideways or crazy movements or anything like that.
And like, I could have even done the opposite and switched to calls right here, like, knowing with those levels marked out, knowing that buyers could possibly step in right here. Like, we have the opposite end of it, right? We have
But you're
this
a
tiny
bear.
little high right here. Yeah, I'm not doing calls. But we do have the opposite, right? See, we pushed strongly through this previous high, which is like a sign of a reversal, right? Because we're trading lower highs, and now we have a higher high.
Mm-hmm.
So you could say now we have potential reversal right here, and you can take like a fib of this V candle, and we held the 50% right here. So like, there's an entry for calls because we started with a bigger time frame level. So we're at a key area that we know of, and we're getting signs of reversal right here. So like, you could enter calls on this little hammer, or as soon as this level starts breaking, enter calls and target these same levels that we already have marked. But I was already just, you know, done for the day there.
Yeah, mental capacity wise, you know, it's like, damn, you just took a huge gain. Like, I probably wouldn't. It's nice to analyze, you just have awareness, but no need to continue double
For
dipping.
sure.
We have a question. Somebody asked, do you remember what delta or in the money or at the money? What are some contract?
I can look at the strike. Well, I forget what the strike
Even
was
if it's
now.
not that.
It was a 38.50.
Even if it's not the exact ones, what are some of the variables you like to kind of tack down, or parameters you like to have set that you don't like to move around too much? Like, what delta?
I mean, honestly, I barely even look at the delta. I look at the cost of the contract, and if it's around $1.50 to $2, that's pretty much where I'm going to be buying. But I'm only going to be doing that if I see potential for a move like this, for one, and for two, if I'm entering like up here and I see targets around the 38.50 level, like, that's where I'm going to pick my strikes. So I think when I entered that, it was probably like the delta was probably 0.15, I'm guessing.
Which, a lot of the deltas I've been getting are between 0.20 and 0.30, and those have been insane. Like, those have been moving amazing. So just under 0.20 is probably fine as well.
Yeah, for sure.
But again,
I mean,
these are for scalps and quick day trades. Like, we're not sitting in these trades for the entirety of the day, you know, like.
Yeah, exactly. Like this first trade, for example, you can see, I mean, I'm out of most of my position right here after what, 5 minutes. So yeah, that's that.
I swear, only 2 people in this entire chat have cleaner charts than me. Username and Leland.
I don't know, my charts get kind of ugly. Look at the daily. Yeah, look at this. But it's all from like, I'm so lazy. I just get from recent price action. Like, I'm only playing off scalps off like recent levels.
I
So
mean,
like on this day, go ahead.
I was gonna say that's not bad. I mean, that's good because you're not having to look that far. You just look close, and then. So I was gonna ask because it kind of ties into what you just said. Like let's say today ends right now, like your day's over. Are you about to clear every single one
Yeah,
of these levels and then start over?
probably.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's kind of what I thought because there's no way I could track something like that. Like I would have to like kind of re-clear the surface and like re-get it in my head again, going into the next day. That makes
And
sense though.
that personally clearing the charts like that, I mean, you can see I haven't cleared in a while because I still have a FEG marked way over here.
Hmm.
Um, but yeah, what I do, I usually do just delete levels if price has already like touched them or gone through them or whatever. But clearing them also helps kind of remove any bias that you have going into the next day, in my opinion.
Hmm.
Because like then you have to like really look at a clean, fresh chart and figure out, okay, what happened yesterday or previous week, and where could potentially price be going next if it breaks this level or if it breaks this level. You know what I mean? Like
Hmm.
let's just start a new drawing just for fun. Come on, please.
I
There we go.
was like, what are we waiting on?
My
Hold up,
computer.
hold up, hold up. Everybody look at the top left of this man's screen.
What?
Fibberoni. I swear.
Yeah.
Might as well give it a nickname.
But yeah, no, with a clear chart, you can see like, yeah, we've been selling hard, but where to, right? Like, remember this? So we're like hitting some serious potential demand right here, where price sat in this range for like 2,000 years, right? We're just now retesting this from December, so that's probably why DukeBot is alerting calls right now too, because he's looking at stuff like this.
Yeah, we're definitely at demand again, that's for sure.
Like no matter how hard we're selling or how much fear there is of blah blah blah, like price action still, you're still gonna get bounces off of places like this.
Even if it doesn't hold, in the course of 3 days, even if there's just a small pop and then it leads back to breaking that support again, like it doesn't matter. Like that pop is almost always going to come.
Yeah, exactly. We could get a pop all the way up to here for a bearish retest, right? This because there's an FVG right here that was created from this ridiculous candle yesterday.
I was gonna say if you have pretty
just
much
going into
the open of that bullish engulfing up to your 50% level, pretty much like that's a pretty solid amount of area for price to push up towards.
Yeah, exactly. So like we could going into Monday, as Monday's not a holiday or anything, right? Monday, what we can look for, right? What Barry likes to look for is for fair value gaps, but only above this 50% level. So like we can even reduce this to just this area, go down another time frame. And yeah, that's like basically what we can look for. There's our trade plan for Monday. Bullish up to here, look for reversals, and then go full blown puts again. Full port. Not financial advice.
I had a username in here with that. Their name was that.
Not financial advice.
Yeah.
But this is crazy to me. Like I marked those two levels gold like that, and now look, we have back-to-back hourly inside bars. That's just nuts.
Somebody asked, "Thank you for this breakdown, Leland. Question: what time frame are you using? Are you basing FVG off of the fair value gaps?"
I'm just using the ones that DukeBot Barry recommended to me, which is daily, and then 1 hour to refine it more, and then one more down to 15 minutes. So
really going
you
down
could
from
do any
bigger
time
to
frame
smaller time frames.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you can do any time frame you like, but just be consistent. Because if you start jumping around to too many time frames, and one day you're using 30-minute, next time you're using the 45-minute or the 420-minute or something, like, it's going to throw you off.
That makes sense. Be consistent
So
with it.
just be consistent. And I'm looking at something over here that looks just ridiculous too. Right here. So there was a fair value gap on the 15-minute right here. Look at that rejection. That's just these fair value gaps just blow my mind. How strong they are and accurate they are. So if you're not really familiar with fair value gaps, I'd highly recommend what channel is that? Workshop Classes channel in the educational section. It's the last one that's posted.
I need to just make that video public, to be honest. I'm just going to go ahead and do that now.
Yeah, it's super valuable information, honestly.
I think it's crazy how much we've already looked at things.
Ben M says the 420-minute is his favorite time frame. I'm glad somebody caught that. I tried to slip it in.
The guy who does Fibonacci on his chart is pretty much available to do anything. How long ago did we do that video? Oh, here they are. Damn, that was... Bro, that was almost a month ago? That stream he did?
That's crazy.
I was gonna say it was like 2 weeks ago or a week ago. I would have been way off. Alright, I'm just gonna publish it. Alright, it's published. Alright, so guys, the latest video on my channel, let me triple check this to make sure I did that right. Yeah, the latest video on my channel, it already has 143 views because it was a private stream, and then we re-linked it for anybody who didn't get to go to the stream. But we had a crazy turnout. There was like almost 60 people in the Discord channel at one point. That's nuts. Looks even crazier when you're looking in the app. But he covers fair value gaps in here as well. I'm sure I'll also bring Leland on more. It'd be cool to have the guy Leland on more and cover some of them as well, because he's really good at breaking stuff down. But yeah, I would definitely check out that new video.
I hope a lot of that made sense. I know I kind of rushed through it, but
I mean, it's even in a sense though, it's like how I draw supply and demand. You know, like it's still in that sense. Like it's just different drawing, really. You're pretty much drawing the other areas that aren't the supply and demand, the imbalances of everything.
Yeah.
So I feel like the thought process isn't going to be hard for people that are already in our community, but how you draw them might be where people get snagged on for a bit before, you know, learning it and then moving on and trying to trade off of it. Because that's another thing too, is like the eye for it. It's a little different.
Yeah. It's just like weird to get used to because it's like an interesting concept. Like, why are you marking the way that you do, right? Like you're looking at this as like, it's just weird. But once you understand what is like happening, it's essentially it's just a gap down is what you're treating it as. And price is going to basically just magnet towards that gap because there's imbalances, like there's unfilled orders there that want to be filled. So they can be used as entry points for reversals or targets or both.
Yeah, it's like it's everything. And it's like, yeah. I don't know, it's kind of like how we already look at things and like kind of the areas we draw them in. So I feel like anybody in our community will probably have a fun time with these, to be honest. I feel like they won't have that much of a
Ryan
rough
asks
time.
What the numbers are. So when you see a 1 on my chart, it just means it's an inside bar, and a 3 is an outside bar. And what that is We can zoom in on a couple. An inside bar is just, it's completely within the high and the low of the previous candle, like that, right? And basically just what that's telling you is we're consolidating. It's not the most useful on something like the 1 minute. On bigger time frames, it definitely is. Like, I can give you an example of a ridiculous one that happened recently on XLE. If my computer would cooperate. Yeah, I already have it marked up. Like, we had a yearly inside bar, a year's worth of consolidation right here before just completely blasting off to the moon in 2022. And now we're kind of consolidating again at the close of 2022's candle, right? So what you'd basically look for here, I have it marked green, is what you want to see is a break in either direction, really, because an inside bar is just consolidation. We could easily have gone to the downside on XLE, but given like the economic state of our country and whatnot, we went to the upside, obviously. So what you would do is get that level marked and then go down to smaller time frames. Like, for example, since this is a yearly inside bar, we can go to the daily. I don't know if I want max available. We'll just do 3 years. And almost immediately as this 2022 year started, we broke over that green level, which was the inside bar level, and then came back and retested it. So this is your ideal entry, right? You'd have a inside bar on a bigger time frame, go down to a smaller time frame, wait for it to break, come back and retest it. And right here we have a pretty dope candlestick pattern, which I know Bueller loves. 2 cookies for anybody who can name that pattern.
Just 2 cookies? What kind of cookies are
Yeah. Whichever you want. Chocolate chip or
Ooh.
white chocolate macadamia nut.
Come on, y'all know the name of this pattern. Yes, TX Mac, thank you.
But yeah, that's what the 1s and the 3s are. I didn't really go over the 3, but there's a whole video on Bueller's channel on outside bars.
Are you gonna do an inside bar or no? Video?
I just did. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, I can do one.
I could technically cut that. I was just curious because
this works on any time frame, right? Like, a really solid one that I like for day trades really is on the 30 minute. 30 minutes a good time frame to look for inside bars, right? Like yesterday, I went over how we broke above the previous day high and then eventually lost it. But right here, you can see before we did that, we had a double inside bar. Oops, well, it's magneted, but
I hate
this,
that.
the same concept or the same like strategy applied, right? We had this low that we're looking at on the inside bar. We can go down to the smaller time frame. I'm just gonna like kind of highlight that area. So if we go down to the 1 minute and look at that, where that inside bar was, and see what we got. We broke it, retested it, and there's our entry right there. Right, we broke the inside bar to the downside, came back up, retested it. I mean, you could enter on really any of these red candles with like a stop loss of, I don't know, 50% of this move. There's your stop loss right there. And then bears incoming.
I like how it made the lower highs all the way down too.
Yeah, it's it's just nonstop. That's crazy. But yeah, bull market's back on, right?
Yeah, where'd all those people go?
Yeah, they'll be back next time they see the first green candle.
He said, "Do I pick my cookies in Arizona or Texas?"
Yeah, Bueller's got them.
Yeah, I'm gonna go get you some from the gas station. Jacko, it's all time, dude. Leland's put in some insane amounts of effort into looking at this stuff, not just while the market's moving, but while it's not moving. You know, just back testing as much as he can, reading through the story of the charts, kind of picking and choosing what he wants to start to limit himself to just by reviewing it over and over. And it takes time too. It's not like it's just one time you do that and you're just like, oh shit, I get it now. I just gotta
Dude,
do
I
this.
can't tell you how many times I've bought calls in a place like this where I see a high break like this and I think, oh, higher high, we're going long, bullish, right? But then the next candle I'm down 10%, 15%, and I'm like, what the F? We just broke a high. That's a 40% entry. I'm supposed to like win, right? Until I just got tired of it and started looking at stuff like this, like just continuing to backtest over and over again, like unhealthy amounts of hours spent on charts looking at stuff like this, till it finally clicked. Like, okay, they're gonna take it up here and stop shorts out and then take them down, or trap bulls here, take them down, right? So like I just started looking at stuff like that where I was losing before, and then just kind of seeing why and what was happening at key levels like this, and just stuff just started clicking. I don't know. Question with TOS account, cash account. You have 0 day trades left in a cash account? I'm confused. Do you mean you like used all your buying power for the day? Okay, yeah, it's a Thinkorswim script that I coded. Are you in the Discord? I'll post a link to it, or actually I can just post it in the YouTube chat. The amount of times I have to click like 3 times just for something to work, it's ridiculous.
Real quick, everybody, if you guys are in the Discord, make sure to go in here and vote for the polls. I'm actually about to end the poll on YouTube as well. 53% of you, Dom G with the big brain move voting at the end of the day, said it would be red today, and y'all would be correct. That was big brain. I never said there was a time limit. I mean, he ain't wrong.
Oh yeah, Deep. That's another thing is like once I just kind of told myself, okay, you're not doing 40% entries or initial breakouts anymore, only retests. That's when I really started to get into Fibonacci, and it's like a total game changer. It's crazy.
That's why you like put so much.
Yeah. Especially when you see like a level break. Let's go back. Like right here, you see this huge move down. Like, don't enter puts here. That's what they want you to do.
Like
they want to take your money.
Don't enter puts here.
But you know how it is. Like you see a big red candle, you're like, damn, I should be selling. What the hell, right? I should be in puts. Look at that volume. I should short here. Nope. Like take a fib of that. Wait for it to start bouncing. Take a fib, a fibberoni.
Which we also went over this in stream today.
Yeah. I mean, I only have the 50 on there right now. I don't know why, but another good one's the 61.8. And you can even add extensions for targets.
Because you're AI and you just look at it without seeing it.
Like right here, we retraced to this golden pocket zone, started printing a bunch of red gummy bears and pushed down. And this, I love using these extensions because it's what I guess a lot of people call a measured move. So basically what's happening is this distance from this like retracement is the exact distance down to these extension levels. So it's identical distance wise. So if you're entering up here and your like stop loss is basically up here, I mean, you could first target this level and then target these levels. You can add more, like -1, -2. And a lot of times you'll see price potentially bounce there. I mean, obviously the selling's been relentless these past couple of days, but you get the idea. Algos use these precise percent measurements like this all the time, so why shouldn't you?
Dude, that was a clean breakdown. Leland going hard at the end of the day. We got 2 minutes till the close.
Oh snap, where are we at? Did we push a new low?
I didn't even know. I've been locked in, dude. I've been locked in on this stream.
Nope, we're holding.
Didn't make the new low, just kind of held a higher low again. Yo, take a fib from 384.32 to the top of that first move.
This one?
Yeah, from low of day to the top of that move. Yeah, there you go.
I mean, come on.
I like that where it held that higher low after that. It made that low and then it pulled back up, held above the golden pocket, and it was like, all right, we're launched from here. And even just aiming for that
Could
high
even
again.
start it from like right here.
Oh yeah, true.
Yeah. That's like that should be your main first target if you're buying a retracement like this is the most high probability target right here. Anything past that's like bonus.
Oh, you're on the 1 minute hold up. I was about to show them. Like even just doing your zones, like they started reversing from here, so you could buy from here to here. Like where they just returned for their new higher low, just above it. You got 25 seconds before the close. Moustache. Yo, Leland in the building, man. That's kind of hype. I'm not going to lie. That kind of made my day. Like rejuvenated me.
Candace said the 2.72 fib extension. Is that a good one? I've never put that one. Why 7.2?
And that's kind of far, isn't it?
Did it not add? That's way up there.
Yeah, I was going to say.
I guess I'm on the
that's
bullish.
far as hell.
We could do like maybe this move. Oops. Another good one is the 0.382. It's just basically the opposite side of the 618. What did she say? 2.72? Oh, I put negative. Okay, where is that? That's way down there still. It's like not even on my chart.
A whole nother section in the 370s. Jesus.
Yeah,
375s.
damn. That's a pretty far target. Maybe she meant 0.272.
Yeah, maybe.
That seems more reasonable. Which, look, it did actually, I mean, it pushed through here, but it did retest it. So it's like not obviously a valid level. But anyways, I know you've been streaming for a million years, so
Oh, you're good, dude.
I'll let you get off.
I was enjoying your breakdowns. That was a lot of fun. We
For
gotta
sure.
we gotta do that more, Lee. Then that'd be cool. Just do some charting sessions or something.
Yeah, I'm down.
But yeah, guys, I'm gonna end it here. I'm gonna leave Leland's stream and go back to my screen. Market's closed. Be sure to drop a like on the stream for the full day stream again. We'll have another one on next Friday, another full day event, full day stream, whatever you want to call it. Thank you guys for tuning in, dropping likes on the stream, supporting the team on Twitter, supporting us on YouTube, Discord, everything. I appreciate you guys a ton. Love you all. And please have a good and relaxing weekend. We'll see you guys later on.
Bing bong.